Unfortunately, Pierce has that one, and he's not here.
Oh.
I have the Hitchhiker's theme.
It's not the same thing.
Calm down, calm down.
Is that from Muppets?
So muffled.
The one from Tron Legacy?
Digital
Frontier.
That is the opening to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy radio series.
But it's a bit too loud.
Oh, is it a bit too loud?
Yes, it was.
I've only read the book and seen the movie.
Captain on deck.
Group leader on deck.
Sorry.
You beat to it. Okay, let's see. Oh, we never decided on 2IC. Vaj, you alright to be 2IC?
Yep.
Excellent. Okay. Funny rank over Commandant Vaj, which I've not used that for a while, is our 2IC. We have our personnel officer on duty. Is that Lieutenant Junior Deadman?
Correct, sir.
Excellent. Let's make a start with the roll call.
Wow.
What?
Deadman?
Is Vaj going to call for it?
Or is it Vaj? Oh,
Yeah.
no.
2IC calls for it.
Vaj!
Officers of the Terran Stellar Navy, or whatever we happen to be right now, report in.
Subcommandant
Iverson reporting in.
Subcommandant Draco reporting in. Sorry, Iverson.
Subcommandant Zanster reporting in.
Overintendent Reynolds reporting in.
Superintendent Greybeard reporting in.
Superintendent Wilson reporting in.
Intendant Kalon reporting in.
Intendant Das reporting in.
Intendant Sketch reporting in.
Intendant Huey reporting in. Intentional.
Intendant Tivian reporting in.
Signed integer Agum set to 1.
Signed Intendant Ben reporting in. Signed integer Blurry reporting in.
Sub-Intendant Deadman reporting in.
Signed Integers 1 reporting in.
I hate to be the first one. Subaltern for Quinn reporting in.
Acting Subaltern Jean-Louis de la Force reporting in.
Mid guy Bubba reporting in.
Group leader, we have 22 officers present.
Thank you, Mr. Vash. Let's have a look. We have several several things pending presentation. I'm going to hand it over to Subcommandant Zanster, as it's mainly his department. Zanster?
Yes, Agum, Subintendant Lagum, who's not really signed integer, but is actually Subintendant Agum. You were nominated for an Intel clearance level M, and so congratulations, you have been granted Intel clearance level M. Now, if you've already got M, we're going to give you K. Just the records are not clear, so get the next level up. This is mission for the work you've been doing in Oni, contributing to the storyline. Congratulations.
I would tell you what I've done, but I'd have to kill you.
No, I know what you've done. If anyone else knew, you would have to kill them.
I mean,
or vice versa.
You do realize that once you are done, Zanster is authorized to kill you.
Can all the cadets please start lining the conference room with plastic, please?
Okay, Bubba, hop to it.
Clean up in conference hall 1.
I'm not a cadet, I'm a middleman.
All right, moving on.
Can we still say our congratulations even if we don't know what exactly it is?
Yes, you can still congratulations. Still congratulate Mr.
Woo!
Well done.
Yay, clock off.
All right, is Raiden here?
He is not
here. Okay, we'll skip that one then. Mr. Reynolds, who's overintendant in this course, he was nominated a while back for clearance level M trainee for recently joining the ONI ranks. So congratulations on your clearance level M.
Thank you.
Congrats. Whatever it means.
That's all that I had for the individual because Raiden's not here.
All right. Next up, we have another award. This is awarded to. I'm just going to read the normal ranks: Captain Vaj, Lieutenant Senior Reynolds, Lieutenant Senior Greybeard, Lieutenant Raiden, and Lieutenant Junior Deadman. You were nominated for a unit citation of a meritorious commendation in the operations of the TSN Viper. I don't have the actual details here. Did anybody have the details of this?
Yes, sir.
It involved having half the
of-
ship blown off.
In the face of 5 Scarens, the crew of the Viper held itself with very impressive coolness and
Died valiantly for the cause.
yes, yeah, basically.
So, yes, I recall now. That was when we lost the TSN Viper. They continued to fight on until the very end.
Had us tractored. We didn't have any choice in the matter.
Never give up. Never surrender.
They got a tractor on us.
I give up. I surrender.
Too late.
I can only bench press 200, not an entire tractor.
Okay. So congratulations to that crew for receiving the meritorious commendation. Do we have the applause?
Congratulations.
What's wrong with the tractor? My daddy has a tractor.
Congratulations.
Okay. Next up, another meritorious commendation is awarded to Lieutenant Das, Lieutenant Tivian, Lieutenant Swan, and Lieutenant Blurry. This nomination was... Well, Commander Donovan, do you want to talk about this one?
I'd rather not at this point, sir, if you could, please.
Dying in a corner. It says, I'll read it out loud. During the mission to infiltrate and sabotage a Torgoth command station in Drennan Sector 6, shuttles from 3 other ships were deployed to the station's immediate vicinity. Lancer's science, and shuttle officer kept tactical awareness of the position of all the other shuttles and maintained a safe distance, while Lancer proceeded to lay down covering fire for the exposed shuttles. Lancer's time and weapons officers deftly engaged drones, posing imminent danger to the Odysseus, then proceeded to draw the beam fire from the base, requiring the engineer and officer to divert energy to boost her shields to keep the ship from being damaged during the engagement. Additionally, her weapons officer maintained the presence of mind to refrain from firing on the station so that our efforts to insert our sabotage payload wouldn't be thwarted by the base's destruction. This was covering fire that I recall from the TSN Lancer. Shuttles were flying backwards and forwards, and there was a lot of drones in the air in the base firing on them. So it was that coordination between the crew for which they've received the commendation. Well done.
Congratulations.
Nicely done.
And there was
More golf clap.
Okay, I believe that is all the awards that were for this shift. Let's have a look. We have a simulation to start with, and Lieutenant Clay and Lieutenant Commander Zanster will be running that one. And then we have a message for Dr. Rosenberg, from which we'll be finding out a little bit more information about the situation that we're in. I'm going to hand over to Lieutenant Junior Deadman so that we can get everybody assigned 2 ships as required. Lieutenant Junior, over to you.
Did you have a preference on the ships you wanted to use today, sir?
All of them.
Okay, then.
7 ships. Got it.
Let's start with the ones for which captains are present. So we've got Saber, Horizon, Viper, and Lancer. We'll start with those ones.
Aye, sir.
I'm not familiar with those
The start of the
ships,
shift.
sir.
The start of the shift is a comedy of errors.
Which is the Oblivion, the Relentless, the Invictus, and the Excision.
Thank you, sir. Can we have all officers assigned to those ships, please? We go there now.
And run.
We're off to such a wonderful start.
Yes.
Yeah. I guess today is everyone's so tired. They want to enjoy themselves.
Sorry, I teleported to the wrong ship.
These things happen.
What didn't Pharaoh say he wasn't? Oh no, I just can't read things. Okay. As what seems to be standard around here, it's the start of shift, and I'm slightly over medicated, but we'll get there. I hear there's going to be interesting missions today if the people who are supposed to run the mission show up. So,
how medications affect you?
Oh, I'm high.
Oh, okay.
This has all been documented a million times, so I don't mind talking about it on the stream. But yeah, I use I have Tourette syndrome, and I use medical marijuana, which is legal in my state.
All right.
To help with my symptoms, and it helps a lot.
Okay. I was drunk 2 weeks ago.
So you were.
Once upon a time, this was
I
a
heard
dry
rumors
ship.
of this, and it's actually funny because back in the day, there was literally a time where I was perfectly sober. There was nothing. I had no issues, but a few hours prior, I had brunch with a friend, and I had one mimosa, and I'm like, well, that's against the rules, so I sat out the entire shift because I had a mimosa. Our ship wasn't against drinking, just sober on shift. I got a special. I actually had a long conversation, or a conversation, with
Aramond?
Yeah, with Aramond. Sorry, with Aramond about it, and then passed that up, kind of the gist to Draco.
I'm aware of it.
Yeah.
And I do know that medical marijuana is a treatment for Tourette's.
Yeah, it's actually. I don't know how it got added to. So not every state uses the same list, but there's a fairly common list of things that can be treated in most medical states. And I'm guessing the first state who did it, and everyone kind of copies off them. But Tourette's is almost always on that list, which is interesting because the research. But yeah,
it's still bad for your lungs, right?
If you smoke it, yes.
Yeah.
There's other ways to consume besides smoking. Yes and no. It's not as bad as like tobacco.
No. That's a myth. It is worse than tobacco in most cases.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I actually know someone who might know the science. I should ask my gay scientist.
By all means, you can also check out the National Institute on Drug Abuse.
My understanding was that the data was kind of all over the place on that.
It is, but there's enough data to suggest that it is functional. What they don't have is quantitative, qualitative. I'm sorry. They have qualitative. They do not have quantitative data.
I think one thing that's often overlooked though is that someone smoking cigarettes compared to someone smoking marijuana, the consumption rate is very weighted in one direction. People that smoke cigarettes will generally smoke many a day.
Yes, me too.
And I don't think anyone is able to just like chain smoke marijuana.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, you know, I mean, even the most seasoned of marijuana smokers, you know, they might consume like, I mean, like.
Well, and let me interrupt for a moment.
Yeah.
Sorry. Servers up. People take stations, please. I'll command from engineering until we get our XO here.
Okay, helm's ready.
Weapons, trigger finger is itchy.
Oh, I need to do channel commanders.
I'm awake, I promise.
Good.
Give me a second to get my games up and running.
Okay.
Hello?
I'll take the time to find a good pin.
Please report in when ready.
What Voyager character do you think I am? Am I Tom Paris or probably Ensign Kim?
Science, comms, and Shu are all ready and willing.
So who was it who called in? Was that wasn't Ben?
I heard Wilcon, and I believe it was a request for people to call in when ready.
Oh, so that would have been Oblivion?
Seems that way.
Should be Wilcon.
Relentless to Oblivion.
Relentless Oblivion?
Confirming that the message for reporting in came from you. Sorry, I lost my comms. I want to verify that the order to report in came from Oblivion.
That is correct, Relentless.
Very well. Relentless is ready, but fair warning, Yui's trigger finger is twitchy today.
Relentless Oblivion, your last transmission was cut off.
It was long enough.
So the Relentless is ready, but fair warning, Yui's trigger finger is twitchy today.
Understood, Relentless. We shall see fields of red.
Oh, fields of red. Gotta add that one.
Commander Control, this is the ISN Oblivion. We are standing by for simulation to start.
Engineering, the ship is initializing slowly. Can you please whack it with a hammer?
Negative.
Okay, helm's in.
Engineering is in.
Scum shoes, whatever I am, I'm in.
What?
What's going on? Oh, they've got like yeah, they should be fine. It's Clay Reynolds' first time on CIC, so.
Really?
Yeah, that's why I was looking. I'm like, if it's like they weren't gonna put someone there. I'm like, we kind of need someone to hold his hand the first time.
Permission to dock.
Granted.
Oh yeah, I'm sipping on real British breakfast tea. A friend of mine who's British imports his favorite.
CIC to fleet. You're currently located at Ashia Command. We have enemy contacts coming through the Rima Gate in Sector 7. Please conduct a patrol through to that area and deal with any enemies you encounter.
Alright. Keep us pointed towards weapons platform 40.
Aye, Captain.
But
Fleet
wait for the
captain to
command
our
to go.
ships, form up on the Oblivion. We're going to move to Sector 7.
Fun fact, weapons platform 40 is roughly at bearing 40.
How convenient.
CIC to fleet, please be advised there is nothing in the direction you are currently traveling. Please patrol towards Sector 7.
Sector 7 should be Echo Line. Yeah, Echo Line.
Yeah, I got lag or something. Ships are flipping around.
Oblivion in range.
So we're gonna go 2 spin 1 rim. Boosting warp.
All ships, well done. Now that we've conducted a full test of your maneuvering systems, we'll be continuing on to our objective.
I don't think asteroids are level, so
No, they shouldn't be.
yeah, so it's okay.
Which has the advantage of making a dense field actually less dense.
You can change the level of the asteroids, though, right?
I can't. Well, when I draw the map, I can.
Because generally they're all in the middle. So if you ceiling, you can kind of get through them, which is what I've always done.
Unless the map maker scattered them up and down.
All I'm worried that we lost too many energy.
Does anyone actually? So I've heard you can do that. I just don't know if anyone does.
I did for pretty much the entire lower arc.
Oh, maybe that's just been since then when I've done that.
CIC, you are clear to engage all enemies in this sector.
Relentless move to defend DS541. Invictus move to defend DS269.
Acknowledged. Warp is boosted.
Hard about.
Hard about.
Oops.
Turn complete.
Oops.
Oh, holy shit, there are things.
Luring fighters away, sir.
Good, good. Eight beams.
It's local area clear. Opportunity to resupply.
Do it.
4 fighters, 8 torpedoes.
Dogs.
Expensive, but fast.
Relentless Excision moves to defend the Dendrobite factory.
Waiting on energy.
Yep.
Relentless.
Can you give me
Go ahead.
science?
We'll need assistance on Bravo 1-6. We have Delta 1 pass and everything else.
Warp boost in Nebula, sir.
We got it.
Where are we going?
Right here. Defend
Zero.
the Denobite.
Bravo 1-6.
Give me
19
beams.
shields. Bravo.
Got beams.
Beam range eye.
8, 3, 0. Shields down. Falling.
Clear.
New contacts. Fighters in. No, those are. Yikes.
Hard about. Turn complete.
Let's go for Delta Fleet. Get a pass on these guys too.
I believe I have shots fired on both targets.
Luring them away.
Let's see if we can get a taunt on Delta 7-6. Double scan him.
Delta 7-6? Oh, I see him.
You've got tubes, by the way.
Delta 7-6, you said... Want to taunt on him? I'm sorry.
Yes, he's not religious.
Hard about.
Let's let them come to us.
Just take in position.
That's fine.
That taunt was already used. Hold on.
You got him, I think.
We got him.
Relentless join the Invictus.
Someone's got him, not us.
In Grid Delta 2 Mark 3.
Okay, hold on. Invictus is relentless.
Relentless, this is Invictus. Go ahead.
Combat range.
We are going to engage in Charlie.
Confirmed. We just sent an EMP to soften them up.
Alright, let's get in there.
Destroyed. Sorry. Delta 4-3, 14 shields.
There are no drone cruisers, right? Delta
You want-
7-2.
You want Delta 1?
Let's focus fire with
Drone
Invictus.
cruiser is going to be Delta 7-2.
Alright, Delta 7-2 then is our priority. You've got tubes.
Delta 7-2, 12. Yeah,
Switch
a
over to
1-on-1
beams.
should do it.
Sure, we got it stationed right there.
1-on-1 will work on everything in the fleet. Have your fun, Yui.
Torpedo count's already down to 5.
Rear shields are down on the target. Destroyed. Alpha, 14 shields. 10, 0, down, falling. And another
Hi,
buff
Bob.
dust.
Turn complete.
Invictus, we're gonna go drink up at 541.
Boost for
Victus Relentless, move to DS 541 to resupply.
We are one step ahead.
Relentless will join you there.
Once resupplied, move to transition line 1.
Ready for dock.
Welcome, Relentless. We remember you guys.
Saved your ass.
Chopped up.
Alright, take us to the line.
One line, sir?
One line, yes.
He walks the line.
Alright, I'm gonna give you warp.
Thank you.
Oh, hi.
What do we have here?
Relentless, Invictus, engage those contacts in Delta 1.
What do you think we're gonna do? Have T?
Combat range.
Any drone cruisers in there?
It seems not.
Relentless, we have another EMP ready. Is it okay if we go ahead and fire that?
Sure, but you might want to get close. Closer.
I'm waiting for that EMP. Okay.
Fire when ready.
There it goes. To the perimeter. Bring the beams in.
Looks like hits across the board. Rear shields are down on the target.
I'm dropping shields to save energy.
Good call.
Almost. Go Echo 8-1, drone cruiser. Rear shields are down. Impulse warp down. Falling.
So there was a drone cruiser. They're just not droning for some reason.
No other drone cruisers in the fleet. Shields down, falling. Frequency is alpha. Rear shields are down.
EMP'd Kralians. They don't have shield
Rear shields are
frequencies.
down, falling. Surrendered. Next target. Rear shields are down. Target destroyed. Next target. Rear shields are down. Damn. Surrendered. Somebody is really. Is that Invictus's beams?
Yes.
That was ridiculous.
They have monster beams.
Yeah, it's like one hit takes them from like 15 to 0. It's a lot. That's a lot of damage.
You've got peak sensors.
Their beams are very bursty, but they have a low fire rate.
Permission to dock for energy.
Let's wait for just a second.
It kind of makes them really powerful though in team incursions. Yeah, waiting on sensors to fully update, sir.
Copy.
Increase power to the hamsters.
Command, we're reading some hostile stations in this area.
This is CSC. You're ordered to recapture all hostile stations.
Take us to Cenotes Market then. Hold. Oblivion, this is Relentless.
We're topped up.
Roger that, command and control. Relentless Invictus, can you move to capture DS-128 Excision, and Oblivion will go for DS-256.
Copy that.
Quick dock for homings.
We're docked.
We're topped up. The
Alright,
deficit you're seeing is in the tubes.
Yeah, alright, take us to DS-128.
128 is in the direction we're going. Perfect. I'm assuming
Relentless
we're
to
gonna need
CIC.
Marines.
Relentless, this is Invictus.
Go ahead, Invictus.
We have no Marine teams able to be deployed, so we'll be counting on you for recapturing the station.
Marine teams
Copy
are
that.
loaded.
You can screen us. It looks like that fleet that's just corewards of us might be a juicy target.
Ranu 1 appeared.
Copy that.
Permission
All right.
to launch, sir?
Permission granted, but let's get closer.
I actually don't. I hope we have 2 Marine teams.
Which one is which?
They're both
They're
Marines.
both Marines.
Ready?
Launching now.
We have only 1 Marine, but that's because 1 is loaded. So yes, we had 2 to start.
Oops, you missed.
Come on home, Theseus.
On Invictus, get an Echo run out there, finish him off with Homins, and resupply. What's taking you so long?
They apparently they really like their
EMPs.
these. Science, start scanning Juliet 70. I bet that's a Scaran. And then after that, Kappa 71.
Looks like shuttle is loaded and ready.
Yeah, I just loaded it up. Refit
Relentless
is ready.
Invictus.
That's a lot of
permission to launch?
stars.
Go ahead.
Continue to engage enemies in your area and defend the marking grid Charlie 4.
Come back.
Copy that. Invictus, status?
One moment, Relentless.
Alright, take us...
We need to work on that.
What do we know about the Scarans?
K59. It's
Take
being
out
scanned.
Juliet 70 with torps. He does not have anti-torp. And Kappa 55.
Anti-mine on target though. Okay, rear shield's down on target.
Looks like we have proxy.
Yeah. Damn, that's a lot of Scarans.
Mm-hmm.
Relentless, this is Invictus. We are going to do Omega 3 on the hotel group.
I think that's actually less of a priority. If we can get to Tango, we need to start peeling off these
fleet.
Scarans.
That's a lot of Scarans.
That's why we need to get some help.
Drone scraping?
Yep.
Not
If you can. Alright, load up an Omega 3.
Do any of these Scarans have anti-torp?
Not level, damn it.
I know I saw one with anti-mine. Let me check for anti-torp.
Kappa
Yeah,
55 does.
7 Kilo 71 is anti-torp.
So the Executor is. And Kilo 71 is anti-torp.
Are the beams
you
turned
shut
off?
No.
What?
We haven't fired, right?
Oh, he's right in front of us.
Tubes?
He jumped.
Tubes. Rear shield is down.
More tubes.
No, front shield is down on that enemy.
Got peak tubes.
I think it's gonna hit the rear. It's the wrong ones.
Tubes can relax.
Can we do a delta pass to this group?
Don't really
Where's
recommend it.
Invictus?
Shot fired.
They flipped. Close up.
We're running low on shield, so try to stay out of B mark.
I can.
Can you arrange it?
I'm trying
Yui,
to
this is
bunch
going
them
to-
up.
Hang on. Yui, can you arrange it to fire an Omega 3 as the Scarans are floating through the group?
It would be very difficult. The timing
They're
is
already
not something I've
through.
practiced. Okay, hopefully that's the only anti-torp in the group. Scarans have gone warp, that's
these,
also a
I'm seeing anti-mine and anti-torp on Kilo 55.
Damn.
Sorry, I did not see that originally.
Yeah, the Executor. And he's also got warp.
Relentless, if you can keep them bottled up, we will
anti-warp on the
perform an Echo
Enforcer as
2
well.
on the
Kilo
Lima group.
Heavies are out on
6-1.
current target. Lure the Skarns.
Do we
inward,
have
all
any-
staff.
As soon as we
This
pick
what-
off these droids.
Stand by, Invictus. Do we
Lots
have
of heavy.
We
any?
missed.
Do we have
Standing
any
by.
tractors?
I think a lot of them did. Hold on.
Invictus, be aware. We think that those Scarens have
Yeah.
tractors,
Tractor on 6-1.
and that's a lot of Scarens.
Helm, I want you to treat these Skarns as if they were fighters. Give me a roundup.
A lot of them, they have anti-mine.
Confirmed, I see that Kilo 6-1 does have tractor.
Yeah, I just see.
Maybe we
it
can
looks
get
like
rid
only
of
one
drone.
Not for a
tractor.
mine. Keep us out of blast range.
Invictus, if you do see an opportunity to do a mine run, go for it.
Tubes.
Target destroyed.
They're already there.
We are homing dry. I'm loading shocks.
That one's anti-warp destroyed. Kilo 5-9 is heavily damaged, but not taunted.
I think I took care of most of the Skarns with that blast. It's just Kilo 5-9.
Want to make a quick talk?
We're at energy 62%.
No homing still.
Understood. Let's not just yet. Try to get the threat down a little.
I need to
I
find
have
Kilo
engineers
5-9.
ready for the lower drop points if you when we're ready for them.
Are those engineering drops?
No.
Can I have
engineering?
maneuver?
Yeah.
Maneuver.
One's engineering, one's medical. I've got the engineers lined up.
Invictus, this is relentless.
Thank you for maneuver.
Come on, drop warp.
Permission
Drop
to
out
launch.
of warp, you little
Relentless
bastard.
is
Not,
Invictus,
not
go
you,
ahead.
Helm. Not you, Helm.
Do you have med teams?
Confirmed, we do have med teams.
Skarns
Then
are
the
gone.
med drop is yours.
Confirmed.
Not yet. Yeah, still one.
More Skarns are coming.
Tell me when you want me to jump out, Captain.
We need to get this group under control so that we can get you at least a little bit closer.
Kilo
Right now, I need you as science.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was about to say. Kilo 6-1 is anti-torp.
The bigger problem is they're teleporting.
And tractor. He's right in front of us.
Yes.
Enforcer destroyed.
Starting to run low on shocks. We're down to 9.
Copy. Alright, once we've gotten all the mines out, feel free to use mines.
I can do a bomb
CSE
run.
to fleet. Marines on DS 128 are reporting heavy casualties and requesting medical and engineering assistance.
Do your best on the scrape.
Relentless, Invictus.
Not.
Damn.
Little busy.
Yeah.
Relentless, Invictus, can you handle the situation on DS128?
This is relentless. Yes, we can handle 128.
Loading the Echo 3. Took out that Skarn. No tractor. Echo
Maneuver,
3 is
thank
ready.
you. Going in.
I see a lot of drone launchers on these Torgoths, but yeah.
That's fine.
Maneuver.
That was kind of a flubbed run. Let's try that again. Fortunately, we didn't get hit.
Okay. Peak
Got
maneuver,
maneuver.
please. Fire.
Relentless, this is Invictus.
I only used 2. We were not in the center of the group.
We took care of drones.
Go ahead, Invictus.
We have dropped the medical team.
Relentless, Invictus, Excision will handle Foxtrot Group.
Confirmed.
Nice work, Yui.
Let's close to beams on the last target. Bring them up.
Race rear.
You got peak beams.
Target's clear.
Perfect.
Take us to the station.
I'm gonna load 2 mines. Do we
You
want
gonna
to
do an
echo
Echo
on our
3?
way through?
It's 1 drop off and 2 pickups.
Invictus, this is Relentless. We've got an Echo 3 ready for this group.
Tubes up if you want 3.
Permission
Hard
to launch, sir?
about. Maneuver. Just peek it. Thank you.
Confirm Relentless, you're clear for Echo Run.
Good here.
Going in.
Good here.
Good.
Fire 1. Fire 2. Fire 3. Perfect.
Alright, take us to... Yes, now you can launch. Invictus Relentless.
Go ahead, Relentless, this is Invictus.
We're kind of spent, so we need to dock up.
Confirmed, we'll mop everything up.
Docked.
Didn't quite get it in. You dropping off?
Yeah, but I kind of messed up my plane. I think
For
I'm
full, not getting P-shocks. Oh, it's loaded.
No, it's not loaded. We're just not getting them.
Hmm.
Check Cenotes Market.
We're good to go.
We have 6 P-shocks.
Okay, order.
I missed what was going on with Muga.
What's TCS doing?
I'm having issues being
Oh.
horribly off plane.
Alright, let's get to him. Oh,
He's got
there
good
we go.
pickup, so he's co-planer.
Got it.
Press R.
I should be able to double team this, I think.
Yep. Nice.
Yeah.
Come on
Okay.
home.
You're good. Hard about.
Yeah, my apologies. I pressed the wrong button and went horribly off plane, so I had to recenter myself.
Turn complete.
Oops, quick.
Tubes. Launch when ready if you...
Relentless, would you care to mop up the rest of this for us while we dock up and repair?
Absolutely. Use as many homing torpedoes as you can to kill them.
Total and excessive overkill. You got it.
Excellent. Take us back.
How about?
Perhaps we should let Muga
Means-
come to us and we hit the market for our shocks.
That's not a bad idea.
I have a question before it goes away.
Sure.
Who did you respond absolutely to?
That was Invictus.
Thank you.
Give me shocks or else.
Oh, you know what? Our Marines are still there. Oops.
Yep.
I thought I did 2 pickups, though.
Invictus, if they get our Marines, that's fine. So that way they'll have 1 and we'll have 1.
But I'm showing 2 exfils, which means I might have picked up one of their
Going back.
exfils.
Mm.
You said So
Oh
I'm
yes,
going
go back.
You might have to direct them to pick up. I don't think they know to do that.
The comm screen indicates that, assuming you gave orders to unload Theseus, that you unloaded engineering. So you would have deployed engineering, picked up Marines, and then picked up engineering.
Right, but they're showing 2 more Marine exfils.
2 more. Interesting.
Yeah.
What's our loadout? Probably a good thing to have anyway. And launch when ready, Theseus. Oh, you did. Cool.
Sorry, I figured I had standing orders once we docked.
You did.
Thank you. Who's
me?
Is someone else doing comms?
That was me.
Thank you.
It was. I wanted to get a fleet. I wanted to get the loadout, so you can take it over now.
Oh, I was kind of okay. Sorry. Permission to launch.
Go. When ready.
090 degrees.
Well
160.
done. We are topped off.
Perfection.
CSE to fleet.
Command, go ahead.
Fleet, well done on securing the area and recapturing the bases.
I'm sorry.
The friendly fleet has arrived to lock down the gate. You are clear to debrief your crews and stand down.
Roger that.
Emptying the tubes.
Emptying and filling, yes.
Well, you've got tubes for as long as you want them. Nice!
Just an extra 8 at the end there.
Yes, but still, 20%.
Perfect.
That was one of the better... the one, I normally have nothing to say. This time, I not only have nothing to criticize, I have a lot of compliments to give. That was some damn good flying. Anyone else have any comments?
No, sir. We are the crew of Relentless.
I could have done better with. I feel like I was missing on some. I was better than normal on some calls, less than optimal on others. But
Aye. You were there for the Gralians, less there for the Scarans.
Yeah. There was also, I feel like I was a little more active when we were I thought I was more active actually when we were dealing with Scarans, and then with the Torgoth, there's just really nothing to say. It just kind of does itself.
Our Barn and Swallow maneuver should be better.
Yes. You have to call that out beforehand. So what happened was I went to turn around as you were passing me, and then we had to do this whole spinny spin.
You don't have to turn around. You just press
right. But I didn't know we were doing the barn swallow.
Okay.
That wasn't called out to me. If I knew that was going to happen, I would.
I thought it was a standard.
It is, and I thought I said it too. Maybe
Oh,
not.
okay. Then it is very possible that I misheard or misunderstood.
It's also possible you're right.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, I think so. I didn't hear Barn and Swallow as well, but I also thought it's a standard thing in that situation because there is no immediate enemies in our combat zone. So, yeah, we should be talkative next time.
Communication's a good thing. We are on break. We are on break until before I forget. We're on break until 10 after.
10 after.
15 minutes.
Okay.
All right. So now, go ahead.
Yeah, I might skip this next sim because I need to eat something.
So the mission.
Yeah, I will. Yes. Is that a mission?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
No 2 sims?
Oh,
No.
I think so.
I need to use my hands.
All right, go ahead and.
Can I be
do so.
engineer for the next? Because I need to eat with my other hand.
That's what cereal is for, Mr. Quinn.
So, How about this? Let me talk to Deadman. If we have another person who can step in, then you can go. And I'll get command from engineering.
If I be the engineer, I can use my one hand and still eat a chicken. Okay.
Let me see. I want to give you a chance not to have to worry like that.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Oh, Garion's here.
I don't want to
he's in
skip the
latrines.
mission too.
You can just watch.
I don't want to watch. I want to play. Okay, we'll figure it out. Thank you.
We'll throw you on comms.
Yeah, with chicken wing in my hand.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. See you soon.
We'll throw you on comms, let you scream, Leroy Jenkins!
Jenkins!
At least I have chicken. Catch you at 10 after. And for the future stream people watching this after the fact who don't have access to a coordinated clock, 10 after will be 13 minutes from here. 13 minutes. Oh, I need my intermission banner.
I feel like I've gone deaf.
Sorry, what?
Shh.
Quinn's AFK.
Okay.
Did the first sim go okay?
Very well.
I was on CIC.
Oh, blimey. How did you find it?
Interesting.
You did a wonderful job. And by wonderful, I mean, like, you know, it was okay.
I didn't kill any ships.
That's always a bad sign.
That was not my fault.
He did a good job.
The aim isn't to kill us, the aim is to control it well.
The key thing is, did you enjoy it, Clay?
I can fill in for the occasional sim or two, I guess.
Translation: no.
Just don't ask me to do missions.
Yeah.
Yeah, the more often you do it, the more confident you get at it.
A true leader speaking there.
Well, thank you.
It's just because I had very similar words said to me by my boss the other day.
Spooky quiet.
Indeed.
Someone was very big about shushing and telling people to be quiet before, well, a while ago anyway. Seems to have stuck.
Captain on the bridge.
All right, we are going to be conducting another simulation. Do we want the recorded message first? Is it a recorded message, or is he going to be coming in
It is
live?
indeed a recorded message. We got him to tape it. Even then, it was still 6 minutes bloody long. But there's some interesting bits in there.
All right. Okay.
Edited
So
recorded message.
we have a recorded message from Dr. Rosenberg, which we are going to be listening to.
Question.
Strong coffee on standby.
Would a transcript go faster?
A transcript.
Can you send my utter love and appreciation to the doctor?
We don't have the storage space for the transcript.
Yeah, the scrolling text that you get at the start of like a Star Wars film.
It would take the whole film.
Okay, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully this is going to be loud enough.
Hello, Dr. Rosenberg here. Yes, here we are again. Thank you for rescuing me from a rather confused set of veterans. I have to say, I've met them before, and these seemed rather more religious in nature. But I digress. Yes. Let me give you a quick update on our situation from a science perspective. I am choosing at this time to declassify Project Mars to you, which I possibly don't have the authority to do so, but as those that do have the authority may or may not even exist anymore, I'm considering this very much a need-to-know thing for you fine fellows. And that is, of course. Mustn't forget those. And you too. Indeed. So, I won't go into details of the project, just the summary. Project Mars was an attempt to use quantum entanglement and multiverse theory to resolve events that have an undecided factor in the favour of the TSN. In other words, it's an attempt to weight the dice in our favour in the craps game of life. And indeed it worked for about 15 seconds or so. We were able to resolve various quantum experiments in our favour during the initial test run. Unfortunately, after 15 seconds, something happened and we effectively linked our newly created Monroe point with one in a separate universe. We were unable to close the experiment down fully because it continued to exist and operate in at least one, possibly 5 other separate universes. The math on that one works out in a number of different ways, but given other information which we'll come to later, I think at least 3. Effectively, we proved that during the unfortunate loss of the TSN Charger that there is such a thing as a multiverse, and that it is possible to interact with them and indeed guide our own. Remember those silvery orbs that we issued just before what I suggest we start calling the cataclysmic merging event? Those balls, orbs, were wonderful inspirations on the part of Fitzgerald, one of the Gizon on the Asimov. They used the Project Mars phenomena to help preserve the consciousness of those in its proximity. That is why you are all, for the most part, remembering things from the same universe, whilst your bodies may be showing different wear patterns to what your minds in fact recall, and indeed your ships. Yes. Anyway, I will let you digest that for a moment. Now, let me start to speculate. What I've said is verifiable fact up to this point, and I am speculating now based on the vast and lovely collection of data that you've recorded for me. I thank you all for putting science first over mundane things such as security. You have given me the clearest possible set of data on the immediate aftermath of the cataclysmic merging event. Thank you. So, what happened? Well, in short, and this is again speculation, the entangled Monroe points dragged the universes that they were each separately into one single universe. The reality distortion effectively destroyed each universe and merged them all into one. Now, there appears to be 3 universes here that are prime. This indicates that they had some sort of Project Mars analog. They were exerting some form of control over the Monroe point during the event, and thus have a stronger presence here, or stronger cohesion, should I say. There are probably numerous other universes which were naturally entangled in this Monroe point, and thus have mostly been overwritten by the 3 prime ones. to be clear, our universe, the TSN universe for clarity, is one of those prime ones. I can only speculate, but it appears that the ISN universe is one of the other prime ones. The third one, I'm not so sure about at this time, though considering the odd effects, I think the initials GAF on ships might be an early indicator from the comms issues you had immediately after the merging. It was one of the sets of signals which were rotating around, causing mass confusion. So, what next? Well, the good news is, of course, thanks to you, I have a lot of data. And this might be, and in fact, I would probably say from that data, this is reversible. The bad news is, well, yes, I've got a lot of data. A lot of data to process, and we only have the single science ship and one that's not outfitted like the Asimov was. It's going to take some time to even tabulate this data correctly. I will request that in a few days we return to the Cora system. I do suggest we don't stay there in that system too much. Reality is likely to never be quite right there in this universe, and that's a good thing for our prospects of fixing this, in fact. I would definitely keep your Fitzgerald balls, orbs, on your ships safe and wherever we are in course. Anyway, in a few days we should go to course, do a little bit more data gathering once the effects of the merging have died down a bit. The resting state of the phenomena, which is unlikely to be stable, but oscillating between the three primes, will be most interesting and telling. But for now, I thank you for rescuing me, and I will be working very hard to clear up this mess, if indeed, as the theories indicate, it is possible to fix. Rosenberg out.
Is he done? Really?
Yes, yes, I think he is actually done.
We're free!
Truth.
We're free!
That was one of his shorter speeches.
Why did we have to save him?
Because he might be able to fix it.
Or Rosenberg speeches.
I requested he.
Rosenberg.
All he wants to do is tabulate some data.
If he's crazy enough to break the universe, he might be crazy enough to fix it.
I request that all his speeches start with "in short."
I'm scared of the idea of multiple Rosenbergs.
In short, this will take about 4 hours. Let me explain.
Imagine them conversing with each other.
Yes. By the way,
Like Rodney
that's
McKay's.
the multiverse that he needs to fix, not the universe.
Oh, we don't care about the other two universes, just as long as he fixes ours.
All right. So, Fish, anything additional to add?
No, not really. Obviously, Rosenberg would quite like some additional science opportunities, resources, science ships. Maybe we can look at a research station or something down the line, but for the moment, he's busy. And, I suggest that we continue our acclimatization with our different ships in another simulation.
Right, okay. Let's head down to our ships then and make a start on that simulation so that we can sort out climate control. Sorry, acclimatization.
Has anyone checked to make sure that we are not in a simulation inside a simulation?
Inside another
You're
simulation.
a brain in a vat simulating the outside world, and we're all just part of your simulation, Nagoon.
What's the protocol?
Boy, did you choose the wrong vat to be a brain in. Okay, let's get moving to ships.
Sir, we are up to 25 officers now.
Then Lieutenant Junior Deadman is going to have to do some extra work.
Excellent.
Clearly, we're just going to have to,
To justify his extra pay.
I mean, we gained people while Rosenberg was speaking?
He draws in a crowd.
They're from the alternate universes.
Well, there was enough time for us to procreate, so...
There's a lot to be said. There's a lot to be said for a freak show.
I have a conspiracy theory that
Project Mars was just a way of the other scientists to get rid of Rosenberg. They were just going to chuck him into like a void space between the multiverses.
They tried throwing him in a black hole, accidentally causing himself to fracture into a million of his stuff.
Because even the multiverse didn't want him.
I don't know. I vote we weaponize Rosenberg, just broadcast him across the speakers of all ships.
Well, didn't he say that there had to be that the same thing was happening in all the universes? So that means every version of him was despised by all his colleagues.
Oh god.
Ooh. And in each of the universes, they're like, let's get rid of this guy.
All right, let's get moving to ships.
Good to see you, man.
Oh, thank you. I was tempted. I got in at 10 minutes to the hour, but I thought I just needed some chill time after spending the day in London, which is always very busy.
I can imagine.
Lovely day, though.
I do get chill time. It's an important thing.
Did you stop at Forbidden Planet while you were in London?
I did not. No, not last time. The time before I did. It's awesome, the Forbidden Planet in London. No, we weren't on that side of town. Where were we? On an area called St. Catherine's Dock. Quite lots of yachts. We saw one yacht, and I looked up the owner, and it was some Pakistani-American billionaire. The yacht was bought for $200 million. I mean, money must be nothing.
Clearly, because you could build your own navy for that.
Yeah. Right.
Well, I'm glad you're here. Quen is currently eating dinner.
No, I'm here.
Oh, you made it back.
You said mission, and I've eaten so fast.
Wow.
And it turns out to be a sim.
And I was wrong about
Yes.
that.
Yeah, it's funny because on the documentation it still shows. Wait, who's doing the sim though? It's not me, is it?
You have no idea how fast I've eaten.
I hope you're okay.
I'm okay.
I'm just imagining like Furrow literally unhinging his jaw and just shoving an entire chicken in his mouth, and then coughing and spitting up the bones about 30 seconds later.
No coffee, but yeah, pretty much like that.
Oblivion
coughing.
has a lot of stuff.
I said coughing, sorry.
Does it?
Look.
All right, well,
thank you, Garion.
Starting to look like Oblivion's going to run a carrier.
Everyone has the right tags, so that is your stations, people. Report in when you're ready. Please release
ready.
engineering, whoever has it.
Yes, that would be
Psycom
me.
Shoe is ready to rumble.
Let's get ready, let's get ready. I've got engineering. Engineering's ready. Helm, did you say you were ready?
Yes, I said.
Weapons?
He's still ready.
Top Psycom Shoe, top that.
The Psycom Shoe is ready to rumble.
Understood.
Did you see the stats, Garion, from the last...
I did not.
Hold on a sec. I'm going to put it in the alt communication, I think is here.
They're opening Scourge.
Oh, damn.
Nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
It was one of the smoother, more effective sims that we've done in a very long time.
Crew of Excision playing in the ready room.
Yeah, I'm glad that my whisper list includes Excision's ready room. I mainly did that to piss off Jamel.
Huh.
Why are they in the ready room?
I don't know.
Who knows? I think I annoyed Jamel yesterday. We were playing Sea of Thieves, and I don't know. I got the feeling he was a bit grumpy, and then I just kept annoying him, and he got even more grumpy.
Okay, they've left the ready room.
I'm trying to get it on stream who's on what ship when this thing launches, but the shifting!
They might take a crew member from Invictus or us.
Or
I
make
would-
them...
I would guess Oblivion, because they've got 6. Although Bubba's just disconnected, so.
It appeared as though he might have been having mic issues.
Hmm. Somehow Oblivion just randomly has 6 again.
Yes.
That's like Xavier's like, oh, lost one, pick another one up.
No, Deadman is the designated DO today.
Ah.
So he's probably talking.
There's Bubba back.
I had the best goddamn burger I've ever had that's vegan. And it tasted like... I had to check that it wasn't actually real meat.
Mm.
It was so good. Honest Burger Company.
What was it?
I will describe it to you. One moment. Where's their menu?
I was just watching a video, and the guy mentioned the movie Lucky Number 11 having a Klingon soundtrack, and I think he was just making a joke because I can't find any reference to Lucky Number 11 and Klingon.
It just says plant-based burger, vegan smoked Gouda, Ruby's chipotle, mayo, or mayo in quotes, mustard, red onion, pickles, lettuce, homemade rosemary salted chips, and vegan bacon.
I should probably call in.
Yes.
I should actually look into this. I have no idea how vegan mayonnaise is made, but it generally tastes the same.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's weird. It's just goopy disgustingness anyways, but like I believe I've had fake mayo many times and didn't even know. I have no idea how they do that.
Okay, hang on just a sec. Relentless to Oblivion.
Relentless. What do you want?
We are ready to spread gratuitous blood all around.
Good one.
Roger that. Can you have all your officers standing by with mops to clean it up afterwards?
Giant space mops. Aye.
We don't need mops. We just scoop all that blood into our ram scoops and use it to make more torpedoes. Thirsty.
I'm not
thirsty
telling
ship.
him that.
So vegan mayonnaise, from a quick search, is basically just soy milk, oil, and salt.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, vegan mayo and regular mayo is basically interchangeable, I think.
So there's no acid?
I just look. I just did a quick search, and it was just like that's the 3 main ingredients. I assume they probably throw lemon juice in there too.
I would hope.
Oh, interesting. So it's actually they actually use two tablespoons of apple cider vinegar. So it's soy milk, apple cider vinegar, garlic powder, sea salt, mustard, and oil. God, more oil than there is soy milk. 1 cup of oil and half a cup of soy milk. And then basically blend with an immersion blender.
That reminds me, I must turn my immersion heater on so I can actually have a hot shower tonight.
You say immersion heater?
Yes, our hot water tank is only heated when we actually have our central heating on, which is gas-fired heating. And when in the summer we don't have the heating on, we have cold water. So we have it's like an electrical element that's ridiculously powerful, so like 3,000 watts or something. And it's basically just in the tank, and you just flick a switch and it heats the water up. It's pretty quick as well. But yeah, it's uses a butt ton of power and costs too much.
Weird.
Yes, I need to get a our boiler is really old. Although our last house we lived in still used oil for its heating.
Yeah, oil is way cheaper in the United States, but it's still ridiculously expensive to use an oil boiler for heating.
Yeah, the next best thing is a combi. We'd have a combi boiler that just heats water as you use it, which I thought was quite cool. But the problem is, what should happen is our hot water should always be kept at a particular temperature, but we don't have the element inside our hot water tank. We have to replace our whole hot water tank to be able to get our boiler to work with it. But our boiler's as old as the house, which I think this house was built in like 1989 or something. So yeah, we're just going to change that at some point. But it depends how long we live here for, because there's no point spending £2,000 or £3,000 on a new boiler and heating system if we're only going to be here a couple of years. So we might get that money back in the house itself when we sell it.
Command, the division have reported in. Excision is both yes and no when it comes to being ready, but we are ready for deployment.
Excrement.
I'll have to get Dr. Rosenberg to investigate them.
Helms in.
Engineering is in and raring to go. Stand by, I'm just testing some presets.
Go for it.
Okay, one of them doesn't work. That's annoying.
CIC to fleet. Welcome to Loria. This is going to be a fairly standard invasion attempt from Hegmini forces, with a little twist later on. Stand by for update and position yourselves appropriately to defend this sector.
All ships move into position.
Defend.
Which is what?
Defend. Robinson family.
All ships form up on Oblivion. We're going to move to the central station and redeploy from there.
Bloody settings didn't save. Ah.
I'm getting a readout for. Oh no! Oh, you fucking kidding me?
You're gonna have to give us more information.
Oh, sorry. I'm Notepad++ forgot all my open folders. It's gonna take me a second to find a few things. Hold on.
We have enemies in Charlie 1 and Alpha 4.
Copy.
Invictus deployed to defend DS 166.
I didn't hear them. Scourge be ordered.
Charlie 1 is Hegemony, Torgoths. Alpha 4 is a Scaran.
Scourge deployed to defend Chell Ray Station in Grid Delta 3.
Echo 3 Scarans and Kralians. Charlie 5 Scaran.
What, did we get an order?
Not yet.
Relentless move to support ISN Invictus DS 166. Communicate with Invictus for orders.
Copy that. Invictus, this is Relentless.
Go ahead, Relentless.
We've been ordered to join your battle group. What's the combat order?
Order is Omega.
Are they deploying the heavies?
There's no heavy on that, I guess.
Invictus, were you going to deploy any particular heavies?
Unless we have a nuke in the tubes.
Wouldn't that be lambda heavy?
Mm-hmm.
I'm hearing they have a nuke, so I'm loading EMP. No, they had EMP nuke. Yep. Clarity, people. Clarity.
Right. Take us in with all the ordnance
Relentless,
you
we're
want.
switching to Charlie.
Confirmed.
Give me the beams.
You got the beams.
The beams have stopped firing. We are out of
CRC
power.
to fleet urgent.
Server crash.
Terminate simulation. We have incoming real-life bogies. I say again, we have incoming real-life bogies. Stand by.
Oh, that's what I wondered. I can't reverse.
Oh, there's a crash.
Yeah, no, it's not.
We have real life bogies coming in.
It may have been deliberately terminated.
All ships, stand by while we reconfigure systems.
So this is a twist ending.
So we are in a mission now.
This is a mission.
Glad I eaten.
Yeah.
Welcome to the military, Mr. Quinn. Hurry up and wait, because...
Hurry up and wait.
You never know.
That's a good one.
No matter what country you're from, the military has hurry up and wait.
You've done your military duties.
I have a military family, or at least they all used to be in the military.
Good one.
Not been in the military myself, apart from cadets. Doesn't really count.
Hurry up and wait seems ridiculous until it's not.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Hemslin.
Right, 5 is warp, 6 is shield brace.
Agum, you back with us?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just looking up something, but I'm here.
Yeah. Are you able to function?
Yes.
Good. Start scanning. We got Charlie 1.
Where are we?
Don't see Charlie 1, but I'll start...
Charlie
got
1. We're in Maria.
got it, yeah.
Looks like 18.
Invictus, Relentless, former battle group, moving spread out for one.
Vacuum shocking dogs. This is Captain Stanwyck from the ship Darkwalker.
And now that I have your attention, we are looking for some pretty women, cute men,
Relentless Invictus,
and
we're going
loot.
for Alpha Group.
Lots and lots of loot.
Copy that. We're with you.
And we will
Orders, Charlie.
kill anyone
Take us with
that
Invictus.
stands in our way.
I can't.
Northwesterly.
Invictus.
Invictus.
Okay. That was a good transition.
Beams for the longbows.
It's a
Beams
lot
up.
better than the next one. Okay, well, this is not what I was scanned, but that's fine. Current target is going to be reshields down, Alpha. Bravo, sorry. Falling. Destroyed. Next target, Bravo. Front shields are down, falling. Oh, Invictus has got those beams. Nice.
Wow,
Destroyed.
Rustic Market fell.
Do we want to help Oblivion or move past?
Help
destroyed.
help Invictus.
Invictus
is Relentless,
just
you're in
kinda
formation
sitting there.
with Oblivion.
Now we are.
Attack pattern is, formation is Charlie against Charlie Fleet.
Suggest mines ready for the fighters.
I have one mine ready. We don't want to peel the fighters off of Oblivion. We are supposed to be helping Invictus now.
We've also been given.
Oblivion.
Yeah, we've just got ordered to join Oblivion.
Relentless,
All of us.
can you leave those fighters off?
On it.
Okay, let the Relentless take the...
Take it for maneuver.
I'm just waiting for my shot.
What are you doing, Oblivion?
Steady line. They're
Let
clustered.
him come in. They're going to start peeling. Brace rear. Wait for it.
Rear braced.
Wait for it, sorry.
Raise
After
at
this
300 because they've got a bit of range and they're spreading.
one. Go.
Go.
Good.
Standing down brace.
They're disabled.
Switch us back to beams.
Invictus Relentless, move to engage Delta and Alpha group.
Can we get a taunt?
Relentless Invictus.
Go ahead.
We're going to get Tango on these fleets, sweep in after us.
Hard about.
Can do.
What about?
17 homings.
Turn complete.
17 what?
Homings.
Copy.
Passing this fleet, right?
No, we're gonna try and get Delta.
Right.
Did you ask for hard about?
Yes.
I thought we were going for Delta.
Okay, I'm here. Sorry about that.
I thought it was a Delta pass, sorry.
Front shields are down on target. So is rear shields falling.
I do not have a mine ready.
Did it pop or not? I didn't hear it get destroyed.
The longbow popped.
Next target is front shields 4, rear shields 23, Delta Delta.
Beams are up, energy 50%.
Front shields are down. Falling. God, our beams are much more powerful than our other ship. At least it feels that way. Destroyed.
Alright, take us to Invictus.
Hard about.
Invictus is galactic north of us.
Turn
Can I
complete.
get a bump to scanning? I'm seeing a lot of things coming in from all edges of the sector. I'm seeing Scarens.
Double scan. That's your priority for this.
Maneuver.
Beams are up, energy 36%.
You can cool the beams, give them the scanners.
I'm seeing
Scanners up.
anti-torp on 4-7.
Energy status?
31%.
Relentless, we're going to go after Gulf 47. We're going to tag team it.
We're with you, we're with you, Invictus. So tell me about the ones we need to worry about.
4-7 is anti-torp.
Invictus Relentless, operational
Tractor.
area Alpha 3, Alpha 4.
This one right here is anti-torp and tractor. Rear shields are down on target. Invictus should be able to take them out from here.
What do we know about Golf 27?
Golf 27 anti-mine shield drain. Rear shields are at 49, front shields 97.
Does either of them have tractor?
This one does not. The one behind it does not have tractor either, but it has teleback. This one does not. It's falling. Destroyed. Target. Shields are both in the 80s. Rear shields down.
Get the beams on target if you can. Maneuver, beams.
Maneuver, yeah.
Beam, sensors, maneuver, and warp are down on target.
Relentless Invictus, break off,
Destroyed.
intercept Delta 98.
Energy is 14%.
Delta
Copy.
98 is a pirate strongbow.
Alright, take us to Delta 98. How many do we have? How many homings?
10. We're okay to continue this next target, but then we should start drinking.
Gotcha. Take us to Delta 98.
There's more Scarens coming in from the Alpha line.
I'm gonna beam Delta
Relentless, we
98.
got this one.
I'm trying.
Say again, Oblivion.
We
Scourge is tractored by a boatload of Scarans.
We've got this one. Stay in your
Scourge needs
operational
help.
area.
Direction 14040K. Scourge is distracted.
Copy. We'll go help Scourge.
Out about.
5% energy.
I will convert as necessary.
Go take us
Understood.
to them.
Going.
Warp
Boosting
3.
warp.
Aye.
Dropping warp boost. Felt very slow response there.
Well,
That
my
was
gunfire
useless.
fizzled. That thing decided to hit warp and get out of dodge.
Thank you for assistance. We will sit here and regenerate for a bit and see what we can do to repair.
Recommend we do the same.
Yep.
Info on main while we do a recharge, please.
Say again?
Info main.
Oh, info.
Thank you, Cancer. It just helps from, you know, for us that don't have much to do during recharge, we can at least watch numbers move.
Remind me for silent running, beams, torpedoes, warp, and impulse.
Beams,
Shield-
torpedoes.
Shields as
No,
well.
not impulse.
Not impulse. Yes.
Not impulse, thank you. I've been cursing myself because I couldn't remember. I'm just resetting presets.
Now's as good a time as any.
Yes, it's getting
weapons,
frustrating.
anything in tubes?
Relentless, Invictus, your area is now Grid Charlie 3. Grid Charlie 3.
What's their energy status?
Charlie 3?
46% energy, 2 batteries.
Invictus, this is Relentless.
Go ahead, Relentless.
We are technically combat capable, but we are energy red. It'd be helpful if we could keep drinking for a little bit.
We can
Ditto.
we can send torpedoes support long range. Bring the tubes up.
Tubes up.
Range to target. Make bearing 270.
7.5k.
We are
Bearing
Sorry,
270.
6K.
6K? 5K. Next, the other target is 6K? I don't think the other one's gonna hit. Damn, it did go.
Didn't work.
Target.
The Jin and the TSAF Adams report that they are going to be departing from DS521. The tactical situation doesn't look good. There's more blips coming. I suggest that we might go for a fighting retreat.
Roger that command. We'll
Hold
make
fire.
way for Sector 2-0 in this area. It looks like that may be one that will give us enough cover.
Understood.
Raise.
Jin and
I'm gonna keep
Ensembler
us
will be
drinking.
departing DS521 in the next 60 seconds or so.
And
Roger
shields,
that, we'll
maybe?
have a tonic ready.
Primary beam damage
Target
50%, damage control team response.
I like how you keep launching torpedoes that we don't have.
20% energy, we have taken down
All ships,
content
I'll
casualties.
be giving out orders so that we can clear a path for the Jin.
Oh, the Jin is a refuel ship, right?
Yes, it is.
Invictus, Scourge, pin enemies down in Grid Charlie 3.
It's an interesting naming. What? I mean, I thought the naming schema for supply chips have always been names.
Invictus and Scourge are not moving.
Mm-hmm.
What was that?
Invictus and Relentless. Can you take out that Oscar 4-3?
52% energy.
Where's
We're
that?
still repairing damage.
Affirmative, we can. Alright, let's take us in. How are our beams?
Currently being repaired, 75%.
Good enough.
Please don't take any damage with shields down to the front. They have
Okay.
2 Damcon teams.
The names of the ships that are with the Jin are kind of funny too. Adam, Dancer, Foxtrot.
Frequency on this target?
Bravo. Rear shields are at 49.
Damage repaired.
33. 24. 16. 7. 0. Torp engine falling.
Oscar 4-3, stand 2.
Ceasing fire.
Refuses to surrender.
Going FCS.
Oscar 4-3, this is the ISN Relentless. Drone.
Drone.
Damn it.
This is the ISN Relentless. Heave 2 or prepare to be destroyed.
Thank you.
Alright, take him out.
Give me a Mach Echo, I need to hit rear.
How bad?
Good work.
Alright, go back into drinking mode.
Info on main, please.
Info on main.
What was that?
With? Oh shit.
Escape.
Positive adventure.
They do not want us to get torpedoes back. They don't want
No,
us to get
apparently
energy
not.
back.
Should we pursue?
No.
Relentless, can you move to secure group Bravo 5?
Oh, we can move to secure Bravo 5.
We can't really do much securing, but we can go there.
Oblivion, this is Relentless.
Relentless, go ahead.
We are heading to Bravo 5, but we're energy red to critical.
Roger that. Once you're there, you can be in fuel collection.
Alright,
Bravo
take us there.
5.
Bravo 5, Mark 6. Actually, do it Mark 5, but keep us pointed towards the sector border.
Wait, where are we going? Why are we leaving the action?
Because they see bigger fleets coming to attack us.
Should we ask for a dock up with the Jin? Or is that not something we can dock up with?
Not at the moment. What's our non-homing ordnance
Info
status?
is on main.
Oh, I was looking at the map.
Yeah, sorry, I always ask for that on main while we're doing load ups.
And that's fine. We're basically in good shape.
Yeah, the only thing I'm worried about is it's just torpedoes and energy, just because we were using them as quickly as we could produce
Relentless
them.
excision, ensure that your areas are secure as we go through.
They're gonna make us take this fleet on.
We told them we were critical. We really don't. Well, we have necessary tools to pull it off, but it would be needlessly expensive.
It's a pirate fleet.
Stay on current course. Let
That's
Excision
Invictus
take care of it.
redeploy to engage Romeo Group. Excision Relentless support Invictus.
Oblivion, this is Relentless. We're still energy critical.
Relentless, as soon as you're energy green, you can move.
Copy that.
Zero
Captain,
systems.
60% rule, 70 or 80?
50.
50. You heard him.
For
Sorry,
homers,
I'm not
50.
XO. I'm sorry.
Relentless Invictus, we're engaging Romeo Group. Order Charlie.
That's nice, Invictus.
55.
I'm sorry, what? Say again?
50% and 5.
Got it. Sorry, I'm still not used to that.
Oblivion's going to try and wind up the fighters.
Sorry for stepping on your toes, Karen.
You didn't. You made a good call.
8.
Protocol suggests that you should have made it, though.
That is true.
Actually, well, I think weapons could have also. Weapons probably should have asked what the order was for conversions.
I was just
But-
defaulting to 80.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was just
So,
if
I have a reason for 50, though.
11.
Oh. I want to keep us appearing to be at no better than amber. Although
We
it
only
says
show
we're
up as
green.
FCS. We should be showing as FCS up there.
Hmm.
We're probably good to get back in the fight if we want to get some blood.
If you want to appear amber, I'm keeping us on 40.
And we have a damage node, I guess.
Still shows us green.
Do we?
Yeah. Is it stuck on my
See a
screen?
damn note. Oh, there it is. It's a hallway.
He has a hallway or something. That's funny.
What a bad engineer I am. We lost one damage control person.
16.
Do you have 17?
17 now. I'm going to let the energy pile.
It will be over by the time we get into it.
Tell me then it's over. I want to be fully stocked. I really am.
I don't like running on fumes.
Status.
We are just about ready. We could enter a fight.
There are your torpedoes, 50%.
Alright.
That's glorious. Well done. That's a really fast repair job, by the way.
Thus, as Lieutenant Senior Bertram of the TSN Robin, Authentication Delta 5 Tango, Project
TSN?
Mars, Longbar Conflict, Moon Sector. To Fourth Light ships on encrypted emergency channels to any ships under control of the Fourth Light or that recognize the
Black.
events listed. Please respond with authentication code and 3 well-known events or names that will confirm your universe of origin.
Nice accent. And by the way, I'm sorry, it was a warp lag.
No, that I normalized systems and warp bug ensued. It is not your fault.
No, it was my fault because I thought I clicked warp without warp power. And when you normalize it, so I thought I clicked it, but nothing happened, so I was like, oh, okay, I haven't clicked it.
The candle that burns brightly burns briefly. We are that candle.
We are topped off.
Excellent. Take us to the line.
And my engineering presets have actually worked.
Yay!
Falling formation.
We can fall in line with the Jinn, by the way, and get that last mine.
Let me go ahead and. Oh, it's already in 2?
All ships move into formation with Oblivion for transition.
What is Uniform 9-4 Terran Long Range Transport?
Maintain 1K.
Bravo
from
2,
Jin.
DS521.
We got the mine. We're fully loaded.
Excellent.
Briefly had 100.1% of energy.
Mm-hmm.
Scourge and Relentless move ahead of the formation into grid Alpha. Bravo 4.
Copy that. They take us to Bravo 4 position.
With Scourge.
Oh, I'm sorry, Scourge. Yes.
Wait, this one?
Preparing to boost warp in the nebula and zeroing beams.
Check your elevation. Scourge is substantially below us, so I question where we are.
We are neutral. They are below us.
Okay.
I have removed the warp boost because Scourge is being mean. I had a team meeting the other day, and I was given an update on a few issues that had happened. I was like, "This particular thing isn't working because it's being mean." I'm saying no more on this.
I need to step away for just a minute.
Understood.
I'll be right back. I should be within earshot.
Enemies, Bravo 5. Are you grabbing science?
Yeah.
Scourge?
See if you can clear a path.
Sensors are up. We've got 3.
Let's do a first pass.
Those are moving kind of quick.
Pirates.
Relentless, we're going to let you take the Whiskey group. We'll take the Victor group.
Hard about. Turn complete.
Give me the beams.
You got beams. They're multiplying.
I would
will
have
follow
continued
us.
engagement at Whiskey 1-8 while we had him alone.
It will follow us.
We had an opportunity to kill it without taking return fire, that's all.
Maneuver, please. Why don't you die? Just die.
It's good to meet a friendly face. The TSN Robin is a light cruiser class ship. Our crew
Take him
is a
out
mix of TSN
with,
and
homings.
refugee Xenos from the ISN universe, who coincidentally call themselves the TSN. Trusting stellar nations is the literal translation of their particular group. Anyway, we have a microfracture in our warp core. We are in system and can rendezvous with you, but we expect our warp core to give out and leave us on backup fusion power. No FTL, limited weapons capacity. We do have a large contingent of experienced Marines and other combat troops aboard. We need safe harbor. Please indicate where we should rendezvous, and we will assist in securing an area. I strongly suggest that this area is at least a sector away from a jump gate, though.
Take out Victor 7-9 enough to get the attention,
Maneuver,
and then take us
maneuver.
to Victor 1-0.
I have noted your
cover.
comments about the transitions, about the transmissions.
I have the mine. I do not see a
Alright,
good
let's
cluster.
try.
Maneuver. I will round them up.
You got it.
They're kind of spaced out funny.
Yep.
Yeah, round them up before doing the mine drop.
They're not paying full attention.
That's not bad, actually.
It's the best.
Hail Mary.
You got the big ship. The Avengers are still.
You're disabled.
Okay, yeah, going with beams.
I agree.
Everything's set to 0, and they're moving again.
You got maneuver and beams.
Thank you.
Not sustainable.
Destroyed. Next one.
I don't need maneuver right now.
Maneuver down.
2 ships coming in. Target destroyed.
Energy 40%.
Target destroyed. Board is clear. Or friendly-ish enough. Close enough.
Standing down empty
Oblivion's
tubes.
doing some stuff. Dropping SCS.
Muga.
Yes, we're all ready.
Sorry. Yes?
You're alright.
Sorry. I'm definitely giving orders today. I know it's okay. I know that we don't have an issue with it, but I get annoyed when other people step on my toes. So.
I think normal, like, suggesting the drop into FCS. It's when they come in a string and you don't give a chance for the order to come from Draco.
Can we
But,
take orders
I think
from
it's a
Jin?
problem.
Reversing to Jin.
Invictus, can you move to neutralize DS 881 Bravo? Excision, can you move to join them in
Stand
that?
by. Impulse boost so we can keep up with Jin and still FCS.
You've already
All
got
right,
Excision,
Relentless.
impulse up.
Already got it.
Go ahead.
This is
Okay,
300
resupply
impulse.
taking place.
We can't
Take
keep
us
up.
out of FCS if you want.
Excision, this is Relentless. Did you try to contact us?
Affirmative. We're just informing you we've been tasked to
Are we
leave
getting
the
anything?
Jin, leaving
I'm
protection
not
to you.
seeing anything.
Copy that.
Maybe energy?
Did you request it, Muga?
You can't get energy from the Jin.
Get a mine.
Hold on.
You can get torps and convert them to energy, but you can't get energy directly.
Relentless, can you support
looks like it's working now.
the Scourge, please?
So you can convert torpedoes back.
On our way. All right, hard about.
Hard
Folks,
about.
when the fleet captain's talking, you need to stop. All right. It was Scourge, right?
Yep.
Scourge, this is Relentless.
Delta pass.
Agreed. I got one of the two.
We've got Yankee Group and Alpha Group.
Loading a mine.
Leave the area, Relentless. Echo run.
I believe we've
Copy
been told
that.
to stand off.
We have Tango.
Get distance.
Clear
Let
the
them do
area.
their run.
Rogue
The
mine.
Echo run is not ours. It's theirs. Clear
Right.
the area so they can line up. Clear the area means
Helm.
Helm.
Okay.
Leave. Not feather. Okay, we can roll up an Echo run now.
That's what I thought, yeah.
I know, but that was not the order.
Okay.
So hard
have it.
hard about. Let's
Hard
do
about.
the Echo run.
Stand by Scourge on their way.
Scourge, this is Relentless. We have our own Echo ready.
Ready?
Go ahead.
I have
Brace.
mine.
Fire. Fire.
We were
Apparently we used
out
one.
of line for that first one.
Alright, load up another.
The issue that happened there is the leading element split and followed.
You also veered a little bit off center. About halfway through, you skid to the side.
Shields, beams.
You've got 'em.
Front shields are down.
I see a lot of fighters going home over there.
Hard about. Turn complete.
Yankee 4-4 heading to...
Got them.
When Yankee 4-4 takes their fighters, I'll torpedo them. I have a mine for the other two carriers.
Can we get these guys all together?
It's possible.
I will wait for them to bingo.
It might take a very long time given their matched speeds.
True. Only we could. Yeah, there we go. Now they're turning.
Ready?
Did somebody?
Relentless, Scourge, prepare to withdraw from that combat.
We can save
That's
the
a
line.
nice Echo target.
All right, do what you can. Take us close.
I would echo ahead.
Go.
Shields are braced.
Damn, they're doing this thing again.
Fire,
It's no
fire,
good.
fire. No, it's good.
Ah, that'll be a good cleanup.
Perfect.
All right, take us away.
Nice work, Huey.
Hard about.
Take us over to the Jin.
Standing down empty tubes.
You're going to get a warp boost.
For boost, yes.
All ships, make your way to the transition.
We are down 2 mines and 1 homing.
Do you guys have this thing where if you go to a part of the country, you have the water, it doesn't exactly agree with you?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the way that water is gathered throughout the U.S. differs, and the taste, and because it comes from different sources, water tastes very different on different parts of the country. Like I grew up in the Chicagoland area. We drink from Lake Michigan. Whenever I spent years living in California, and every single time I took a drink of water, I just felt more thirsty. It never worked for me. Just it just tastes and feels different.
Scourge, Excision, move to secure the asteroid field. Invictus.
Can you request Jin?
Relentless, move to secure LSS-24. We'll make that our base.
All right, take us there.
Stand by,
starting.
getting mines. We got him.
Yep.
Yes, the reason I ask is because where I live, it's very flat. As such, we don't really have any naturally running water. We have to get our water pumped in from other areas of the country, i.e. London, mostly. So our water, we call it hard
See if
water.
you can get some Marines on that base to hold it.
A lot of minerals, huh?
Copy.
Loading Marines. There is also well water in lots of places, including where I live.
Yeah. Well, 300 years ago, where I live was underwater.
Wow.
300 years ago? 300 years ago, no one lives here.
All right, take us close.
Invictus,
this is Relentless.
Go ahead, Relentless.
We take 2, you take 3.
Affirmative.
Burn and swallow.
Yes, please.
Launching.
We are short.
Understood. We are en route to that location.
We are short
Well
a good
done.
chunk of energy.
That was really good, actually.
Say again, Huey.
We're short a good chunk of energy.
Info on main, please.
Inform me.
So we are.
It was more than 300 years ago, but there you go. That's interesting if anyone is interested in that.
They couldn't
Gotcha.
get it. Oops.
I am ready. I can load more Marines and take care of that if you want, sir.
Oh, DC.
Negative.
Acknowledged.
I mean, if Invictus fails, then
They failed 3 times right now.
you have a good reason.
I load the wrong thing?
Well, I've got Marines
Invictus
loaded
Relentless.
just in case.
This is the fort.
Go ahead, Relentless.
If Odysseus is unable, we are standing by. We can also take Rendezvous 3.
Relentless, can you rendezvous with the TSN
Acknowledge,
Robin
stand
and
by.
lend them some assistance?
Say again.
Robin.
Didn't quite catch.
Rendezvous with
Could
Robin.
you
Stand by, Relentless.
rendezvous with the TSN Robin and lend them assistance?
Yes, we can. All right, take us to the Robin. Invictus, this is Relentless. We've been ordered off.
Enemies danger close to Robin.
All right, peak scan.
Unloading shuttle. Should we be docking up? No.
No, this
Okay,
is not a docking ship. All right, take us to Foxtrot 57. That's our first.
Beams are up.
5-7 is a strongbow.
Waiting for
Echo,
range.
Echo.
Very good.
25 shields.
In range.
Let me know when its weapons are down.
It's everything is down.
Change plan. Scourge,
Excellent.
Excision, can you lend support to TSN Robin to get them repaired? Relentless remain in formation with Oblivion.
Excision to Robin.
Turn
We have been
complete,
ordered
thank you.
to assist you. Require any engineers aboard?
Stay with Oblivion.
What is going on with the DCS? They must have a DC or something.
In other news, we have captured that base. I never realised how
Acknowledge Robin. We'll stay in close proximity. Contact us if you need us.
useful a normalize button is in engineering rather than smashing spacebar.
Oh, yes.
Because it doesn't always pick up. I just have 0 as normalize.
Well, thank you. Listen, the Robin is going to take an extended period, probably weeks, to get her warp systems repaired. I suggest that you use us to help keep this sector secure, along with other allied vessels. We'll start creating our own little safe zone. I'm afraid the situation is, well, central authority for all practical purposes does not exist. What's happening in space is not limited to space. Whole planets are fighting each other right now. I can't see anyone from command being able to help or organize things. Our little group has come to the conclusion that it's best if we just start making a safe area, find allies, and grow it as we can. I heard rumors from a Boudron source that has survived the calamity that say you have a scientist that might be able to help. I hope so. But if not, well, we have a few sensor buoys, so we will work on setting up an early warning system in the neighboring sectors. We have plenty of troops. We might be able to start creating a pool of calm while you work on finding a solution. This is Lieutenant Senior Bertram, acting captain of the TSN Robin, out.
Are we sure we can trust this guy?
Admittedly, I was just thinking that.
He
It
did have the
seems
codes.
Too good to be true in some cases, but you are correct, he had the codes.
I didn't get any of the second transmission because we were in the middle of combat. Maybe they should have played it after the combat.
Perhaps.
Maybe, but that was a really good voiceover though.
Mm-hmm.
Scenario is really good tonight.
Scenario is good, but they're taking up too much comm time.
Looks like we're going to be on break until 40 minutes after the hour.
Blimey. That's a long break.
Can we do a quick recap so I can step away?
Yes. Minimize crosstalk. There was a lot of it today.
I'm certainly guilty myself.
I was gonna say I don't think I was talking all too much, so part of it was me, but not all of it.
Everyone participated. So I could not hear a lot of orders that were coming through across both the general comms and orders from other ships.
Yeah, my favorite part was when the intership comms were talking over each other.
Yeah, I think I heard that too.
Any feedback?
Further feedback?
Well, I misinterpreted that entirely.
I mean, I don't have additional feedback.
I'm definitely not hearing any mic feedback. All in all,
Do you have any comments?
No, sir.
not particularly.
All right, then. We are on break.
Andy.
16 minutes. That's a long break. I'm going to find something to eat because I'm hungry.
I missed that, Muga. What'd you say? I guess it was a departure.
He's going to sort his garbage out.
Okay, mess hall.
All right, see you soon.
Oh, I already turned it off. Okay. Or did I not turn it on? I can't remember if I had the game screen on during the damn mission. Oh well.
communication. And we've also detected a number of jumps coming out of the Tiber gate, which is fairly close to us. It's one sector forward from our current location, and traffic which is starting to head off towards Euless. suggested that we might go and have a look at that, as it is sort of in the neighbourhood now from where we're currently stationed. The Robin and Jin and Sector are going to get together and see what they can do about expediting the repairs to the Robin, but could take ages, weeks.
All right. I believe Vaj, you'll be taking the division out.
I suppose so.
I'm going to remain to assess the situation with the TSN Robin and help set up systems so that we can integrate and assist where required with them. We'll need to rearrange some of the ships as crew members have been reassigned as required to additional duties. So, personnel department, if you can take care of that. Anything else we need to know, Fish, before we launch?
No. Obviously, should this broadband communication happen, it will happen, and it will probably be forced on screen. But well, we'll see what happens. The good doctor's rambling on about it, so to be honest with you, I just tuned out after a while.
All right, let's get to ships and let's get going.
There's uproar, I say, uproar.
Really?
People complaining that the New Year's Eve fireworks in London have been cancelled for the second year in a row.
Aww.
So Chicago does, they in the past, I'm sure, have technically had fireworks, and fireworks are also illegal in the state of Illinois, which Chicago is in. However, you can get them over the border, and especially on the 4th of July, Chicago has some of the largest, most epic fireworks shows that are all 100% illegal and unlicensed. They'll just show up at a park and just like, I was there once. So there was one park near a friend's place, and I'm doing a walk around the park just to see what's going on. And out of nowhere, like two unmarked white vans just pull up, and they're like, unload. So I started helping unload, and for the next hour, the trucks kept coming back every like 20 minutes, completely full of fireworks, and they just loaded up, like we had like piles and piles of explosives, and then they started lighting them all up for a show, and it was very neat, but like, yeah, not all shows need to be professionally done.
The best I've seen, Ålesund, which is in Norway. They don't have like public firework displays in Norway. Most people just get their own, but they do it en masse. So there's this a nice coastal town made up of loads of little islands in Norway, and there's like a mountain, not a mountain, it's a big hill. There's a peak on top of that, and you can look down over the city, and it's absolutely beautiful. And you just see literally 40, 50 firework displays. We counted them all, and it's incredible. Just all these explosions going off around you. The noise is what I imagine it was like being in a war. Just constant booming and banging. It was absolutely incredible. But yeah, I love fireworks, despite them scaring animals.
Several years ago, a friend of mine. They're Orthodox Jews, so they know a lot about the modern world, but like they wouldn't know like good fireworks shows, right? So I think it was around the 4th of July. I think it was the 4th of July. And she messaged me and she's like, my little brother's in town. He really wants to see the fireworks. Where should I take him and my kids? They're her youngest brother is like 2 or 3 years older than her kids. It's complicated. But so I told them, go to get onto the roof of any building in your area and enjoy. And she's like, no, they need to see, like, I want to show them, like, the real, like, the professional ones. And I said, no, just go on any rooftop. And I guess for, like, the next, like, week and a half, all the kids could do was talk about how awesome the fireworks were from the rooftop of some building across the street.
Nice.
So
That's awesome.
Yeah. Just because I mean, it's basically like, I mean, it's really cool to see in the city on the 4th because the entire city goes up in flames essentially. Also, depending on the neighborhood, you get to play the fun game of gunshot or fireworks.
God.
Okay, so I'm gonna need to call in. just a second.
Okay.
Bring in the bombs.
That one of the ones we have. Bring in the bombs.
I think that's a new one.
I just said that. I don't know if that's a real one or not.
Bring in the boom.
Oh.
It just seemed fitting given our conversation about fireworks.
All right. Relentless to Invictus.
Stand by, Relentless.
That's a bummer.
All right.
Relentless, go ahead.
We are bringing the bombs.
Relentlessly, I'm sure. Acknowledged.
It sounded like we are calling in sex workers.
CSC, this is 4th Flight / 4th Hunter Group. We are ready to go.
So, correct me if I'm wrong. You are eating vegan and okay with fireworks?
Yeah, why is there a complication?
Yeah, it's a complication because it's really hurting the environment.
So veganism isn't always about protecting the environment. Veganism there's a plethora of different reasons why people go vegan, and it's not really fair to base one on the other. There are a lot of people that do it for animal rights. There are people that do it for personal reasons, for health reasons. There are people that do it, like myself, for more religious reasons. There's a whole plethora of reasons. I would argue, and I don't have statistics, but most vegans aren't going to be your PETA types. They're not the ones who are like, yeah, PETA is very much a minor subset of vegans. From my experience.
They're just very, very vocal.
And annoying.
People I found out understand is also reduction. You can never truly have, perfect diet, perfect lifestyle to negate all negative impacts on everything, but reduction is the best way. So there are those who say fireworks are bad for the environment, so they won't use them, etc., whereas others will say, actually, I'm happy with fireworks, but I won't do this and that and the other. So it's just reduction. As much reduction as possible is the way to
All
go.
ships, let's maintain Cell running for the time being.
Okay.
Now we're going to go for an Alpha Line transition.
Or you can just come to America where they're like, we need to protect the environment. It's like, awesome. How about we use nuclear power, which is the most clean type of power? No, that's horrible. We can't do that. We'll just continue to use oil, but not tell anyone. Or coal.
Okay.
Yeah. For some reason, whenever they try to do anything for the environment in the U.S., they always ban nuclear power even more than it's already banned, and it becomes this like as someone who looks at the science, it's like the most clean, easy, like the best power source is
with
nuclear.
high risk though.
Very
okay,
low
so,
risk.
So,
with
slow down here. First of all, who's the they you're talking about?
Most of the the people pushing for the what's that law, the New Green Deal or whatever they call it, that sort
Green
of
New
stuff.
Deal.
Green
So
New Deal.
there is
all
again a
pay
vocal
familial blood homage
there
to
is
Emperor
a-
Muga of the Galactic Empire.
It sounds like
The
he's interrupting
sovereign
you, but he's
calls
not.
upon you, members of the Empire. We will continue our seamlessly endless crusade against the nefarious interlopers and their bloodless minions. This is your opportunity to defeat our wretched enemies and place your heels on their miserable, broken, and bloody bodies. All forces loyal to the rule of the Galactic Empire, join us and complete our dominance and bring unity and prosperity to the galaxy. We are nearing the end. Do not falter. Rise up and destroy our enemies.
Well, this version of Muga is Imperial.
The Emperor.
So the Muga, our Muga, who we don't know if is dead or alive yet, his counterpart is the Emperor.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's officially canonized.
And in our universe, he is a freedom fighter.
Alright, we've got enemies coming in from the Tiber Gate.
So we do. Still waiting for orders, though.
Indeed. Shall we continue our conversation about nuclear power?
As a side note, I don't know if it was noticed, but in order to get the spaceship sound effects, I actually had to find them online and turn my speakers up really loud so they'd come through like that. And I think it had a really nice effect, especially as it escalated near the end. I don't know, it's kind of cool. Anyway.
Yeah. Before we get back to that, that was really good.
You did well.
Oh, thank you.
Congrats.
I actually, it was made very last minute, and I had not medicated.
That was
so I
extremely
have no
last
idea.
minute.
Look, that was one take, by the way.
I was driving back and I was like, I saw your message pop on my phone saying, "Can I do it live?" And I was like, "Oh no, it's not done yet." I just realised you've done already done it.
Stick with Invictus. We're going to be moving towards Delta 5.
Yeah, so basically what I did was we spent the meeting basically writing up the script, and then I disconnected and tried to do my best to make something sound good. That was actually one take though. There was no reduce.
Nicely done.
Yeah. The I think the background noise actually really helped kind of sell it. So
Definitely.
Yeah.
I want to hear about this nuclear thing.
Yeah, so when you're talking about various forms of, I'll call them renewable sources, the reason that has been touted for decades that nuclear is better is because it's cheaper. That's not true anymore.
Mm-hmm. You're right.
So wind and solar, among others, are the most cost-efficient form of energy.
You're right. And nuclear is are open for misuse. Some countries use that for a weapon.
And it's not worth the risk.
Yeah, they enrich uranium in their facilities.
And even we can't decide what to do with the waste.
Yeah, and Chernobyl, Fukushima.
Yeah, and in Turkey we really changed it into green energy, mostly solar and wind power.
There's a lot of, I feel like there's a lot of modern countries that still rely heavily on nuclear. Nuclear is our more advanced understanding and modern technology involving
Fourth Light,
nuclear
this
power.
is CC. This is Fourth Light. We're reading some TSN vessels coming out of the gate. However, they appear to be allied with the Unikale and pirates that previously came out of the gate. Do you have any information as to whether these ships are actually allied with the other ships, or if they are, or if there's any other information on them, I suppose? Copy that, CSE.
What is that?
No idea.
And an easy read version.
Yeah, we use a lot of natural gas too in here. In heating, in cars, everything we use natural gas.
It was quite a big thing recently that UK went the first time for a full 24 hours without using coal, and it was about the time where there's that nice spike in the natural gas in about 2018.
Yeah, my car uses it, my heater uses it, we use it everywhere.
What is natural gas? Like, as in, I know it's not oil.
Think propane, methane.
No, it's not like that. It's not that.
It's the byproduct of.
No, it's not a byproduct as well. It comes from underground, like wells. It's a like compressed gas before you reach, I think, oil. You can find it in sea or in land.
Have you heard? I assume part of that's done by fracking, isn't it?
Azerbaijan and Russia has the best reservoirs.
This is ISN Excision to TSN Artemis class Echo 75.
Following Invictus, sir.
Yep.
We are still in silent running.
Yeah.
Fracking. They're trying to do fracking in the UK, and the first site is actually not a few miles away from where I used to live. And it caused uproar because there was a couple of earthquakes because of it. I remember being woken up from earthquakes. And it's
Acknowledged, Echo 75. We will be joining the Emperor. What are your orders?
Do you mind going on channel commanders and asking for people to transmit to the fleet rather than just one ship?
Yeah.
There will be a clarification about, if they said this, then do this. Yes, so there were.
Echo 75, we had some problems with our transmitter and receiver. We weren't able to get all those orders. To reiterate, you want us to destroy everything in the path towards the Emperor and get to the rendezvous point.
Echo 75, we will rendezvous with you and transfer data. But yes, the Emperor wants us to rally around him so that we can eventually win this war and take over the multiverse.
Ah, okay.
All glory to the Empire.
Yes, so because of those earthquakes, we ended up. Well, we ended up getting annoyed, and there were just a sit-in protest for about 2 years outside the site until it finally got banned, and they just stopped fracking in the UK, which probably pissed off the whoever government or private companies that invested the £1 billion into it. I mean, it wasn't like a major earthquake or anything. I think it was like 2 or 3 on the Richter scale, but it was a weird feeling because at the time I had a cabin or enemies in the Tiber Gate.
Excision to Echo 75. Prepare to come alongside. We will receive your data.
Can we shoot something?
I wish.
So natural gas, it's not widely used, so it's cheaper than oil.
Relentless Invictus.
Go ahead.
We're going to be moving towards DS Lookout through the nebula. We're going to try and stay out of sight of any Terran vessels in the meantime.
Copy. We'll stay with you.
Echo 75 Excision. Please commence with data transfer.
Excision. These protocols you're using don't seem...
Old command codes.
Evasive action!
Wait. Are we under attack?
Excision is under attack, I believe.
Okay. Oh, we're good. Okay. Let's just let them die.
It's been under attack for the last 5 minutes.
There's a bunch of Terran transporters and escorts. Something we should do about that?
Nope. We're staying
Alright.
hidden.
I must have missed a great deal. I have no idea what's going on and what we're doing.
It's one of those missions.
We had a transmission from the Emperor rallying around, and we've come across.
Echo 75 to Fleet Leader. These are not who they say they are. Get word to the Emperor immediately.
Yeah.
I like how they all have German accents.
Relentless Invictus, we're moving to Echo Fleet to engage. We're going to try to take Echo 75 hostage and get some data from it.
Can we have a boost warp?
Very well.
I assume we can come out silent running.
Yeah,
Yes.
we're in war.
See, I kind of wish I was weapons, because in character I can destroy the ship they want to capture, saying that I don't want you guys to kill my remaining brother. That would be great storyline that was not expected. But I am not weapons, so...
Right. Let's get to Echo 8-2.
Hey, Yui, wanna trade?
Relentless Invictus.
Go ahead.
I want to board this ship, so try not to destroy it.
Mercy I.
Oh, that's going to be hard for you, but mercy I.
Which one? Is it 7-2 or is it 8-2?
This one.
Current target,
okay.
so keep me keenly apprised.
You want max beams?
No.
Yeah, I would stop shooting.
Shields are down. He's taking some serious damage.
This is ISN Excision to Echo 16. Stand down or we will destroy you.
Bet those TSN vessels got a bit brown panted when. Oh, it looks like we're being observed by some Unical high ships in
Say again?
Delta 1. It looks like we're being observed by some Unical high ships in Delta 1 Mark III.
Oh, yes. Yeah, they've just been sitting there.
Perhaps they're going to be telling the Emperor.
All ships are going to fall back to the base in Sector 20.
Invictus, this is
Make
Relentless.
for an Echo line transition.
What's the final word on
Go
this
ahead,
target?
Relentless.
Do we kill this guy?
Answers
Let
that
all ships
question.
break off your current engagements and move for Echo line.
Alright. You heard him.
Galactic South. Probably avoid the Nkua High.
Yeah.
Although I assume they're related to that other faction that we heard yelling over the radio.
Boost sensors. Huh. Okay.
Yeah, they kind of popped out of nowhere, but they're already scanned, so...
Well, yes, but I'm trying to figure out if it's a matter of the GM Deus Ex Machina, or is it a matter of our range?
Probably range, only because we don't really have the ability to remove a ship and then put it back the same ship. That's not something, at least not like that. It would have to be a
Danger close
program ship.
Copy.
Sorry.
I've just been
Relentless, we're moving to engage India Group. You're with us. Order Charlie.
Charlie acknowledged. Stay with Invictus. Let's destroy an India Group.
India Group is going to be Zimni.
Zimni.
Charlie is a bad idea.
Zimni
Invictus,
Scouts.
this is Relentless.
Go ahead.
7-4
Charlie's dangerous.
anti-warp.
Should we switch to Omega 1?
Let's get beams on this scout.
Anti-warp on target.
Negative.
These wait, are all Zimni ships anti-warp?
Yes.
Okay, well, yeah, this is going to be fun.
They're not responding, so it's just shockingly safe.
Fish in a barrel.
Use light ordnance if you see fit.
Yeah, if
Our
they're not
front
going to
shield's down to
retaliate.
10%.
Alpha, but oh no, sorry.
They just protected. Try not to take any more damage on the
this
front.
next one is Alpha Alpha, but rear shields are already down.
I'll run drone watch here.
I don't think they have drone launchers, do they? I don't
No,
think so.
I mean, it's not listed there at least. We found the atoms, the atoms in the Jin again. It's pronounced Jin, right?
That's how we've been.
Wait, Jin or Jin?
Either.
Okay.
I didn't know that.
Does we have a drone port? Oh, I don't think it was listed. My apologies.
They haven't been launching drones today.
Yeah.
Alright, stay with Invictus.
It's not listed in the scan.
All ships except for Excision. We're gonna switch to Charlie while Excision has Tango.
This man has a beam
That's
obsession.
Kappa.
I will try to run drone defense.
Copy. But also feel free to participate.
Auto beams.
I haven't seen a single drone.
Down.
These are Unikau high. I'm not sure what their drone situation is.
But, I mean, we haven't seen a single drone.
Current target, Delta Delta, rear shields are at 150.
The last
Now-
time we
okay,
saw drones
good
was
job.
in the sim that we were
90s.
briefly doing.
60s,
I thought we lost our forward shields.
30s, rear shields down.
We did
drone.
lose 90% of our forward shields. I didn't see what it was for, what it was from.
Good
Target
drone.
destroyed. Ooh, what
That
is
thing
that?
is mega fast. That's faster than a torpedo. We need to beam that.
It's not our deal.
Right, let's turn and take him on. It's circling Invictus, stay just outside of range. Oh, he's bingo.
It's leaving. Okay.
That's not bingo.
No, bingo.
He's disabled.
He's just... Alright.
Change
Just
target's
leaving it to
going.
Invictus.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Current target
Staying
is
here.
going to be Bravo Bravo.
Backing up.
Yeah, Bravo Bravo. Rear shields are at 375, 360s.
Now it's our deal.
300,
Oh,
299.
bloody hell. Energy 25%.
Alright, focus on
230.
the fighter.
I can't even select the damn thing.
180.
You managed to kill it.
It's like a squirrel, right?
Shields down? No.
I think that was the other shield.
No, clicking the wrong thing.
Shields
Yeah,
are
yeah,
down
yeah.
on what's in front of us.
Weapons convert as necessary.
Yep.
He says nonchalantly.
Falling, destroyed.
Well,
We
as
lose
Invictus,
energy
we
so
are going to handle these
fast.
mines. You go after the pirates with Excision.
Copy that. Alright, take us to Excision.
Energy 10.
It's enough.
Okay. Turning.
What do we have in the way of,
Everything.
oh yeah, so we're full up on torps?
Uh-huh. Give me, never mind.
I get what you mean, right?
No, I was gonna ask for a beam shot, but, his rear shields are on the weaker end.
I thought you will ask spank maneuver.
Tell me what you need, Yui.
I'm good. We need time to refuel, that's what we need.
Yes. Take us to the Jin.
You'll get no
Ships,
energy.
well done. CSC, this is Fourth Light. Come in.
Go ahead, Forthright.
CSC, do you have any sense readings on any other fleets heading in this direction?
Negative at this time. You've got the decision of leaving it here or continuing on your observation of the ships. There's still continuing traffic forward.
Stand by CC.
Are we getting anything from them?
Yeah, why is our energy not going up?
Because
it gives no energy.
I meant not from the Jin, just normally. Torpedo energy is what we want.
My attention wavered. I don't see any reason to convert either way.
If we've got a near unlimited supply from the Jin of torpedoes, I believe
All right,
200.
let's fall back to the base. We are going to stand down.
Oh,
here
sorry.
And
we are rearming.
let's just keep
Yeah,
our eyes open
We
for
have a dock
any
point.
further Unicoli presence in the area. If we can get some probes ready for sending out after those Unicoli, that would be good.
So are we standing down?
We are standing
Yeah,
down.
we're going to do a sim.
Oh, cool.
We got dock just in time.
514 beams, 42 torpedoes. That's not much at all.
Nope.
Oh,
Who's on sim?
I believe I'm running this last sim.
Oh, cool. Make it combat heavy.
You don't know. Oh, yes,
I don't
it
know.
will be.
When the meeting was happening, I was on the M11.
Oh yeah, yes, yeah. So it's a very simple mission, but it should be fun. Hopefully, the plan is to allow people to have fun with role playing. So we'll see what happens.
Can I steal command for that Simdrick?
It's going to be a short break, 20 after.
Okay. Sounds good. I'm gonna step up to. Do we need to rebrief or are we good?
I think.
We all did an amazing job. We are literally the best ship in the fleet. All hail the crew of the Relentless.
We are, but go ahead.
The only thing I would say is that I don't think we're very good at keeping up with what's going on sometimes.
No.
How so?
I think you were a bit lost sometimes. I was definitely a bit lost.
I spent the entire time not paying attention because nothing was happening regarding my station.
I think I was a bit similar, where I kind of zoned out a little bit and didn't really follow what was going on. So there's something to work on for us there, Yui.
There were just more interesting things happening elsewhere.
Are you telling me sitting in silence with me is not interesting?
I was excellent. I was alert and driving.
Excellent.
Very good. That makes one of us.
Whenever you have to go out of your way to tell everyone how alert you were probably drunk.
I was drunk one time, and it sticks.
I was
very.
I played well. I was the best. I paid attention to everything. I did my job properly. I was not knee deep in 12 hookers. I mean, what? No.
What?
I was very drunk for the last Christmas, one of our Christmas sims, and I was in Fleet Command doing that socks thing. That was fun.
Yeah, engineering was good, but driving was kind of messy. I mean, I meant my drunk duty shift.
I do not see a official debrief outside our own ship, so no worries about that.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, we're on break for just a few minutes, but I'm going to hang out here.
Yeah, me too. Jinx.
I have 10 minutes to down 100 Jaeger bombs. Who do
You
you ask
lost
to
the
help
Jinx.
you? I did. I never stay silent. Jaeger bombs.
A plumber. Who do you ask to help you? A plumber.
Are you talking about
I think
porn
I get
again?
the joke. No, the
No, I meant Huey. They said plumber.
I am reminiscing now in my mind about various nights out, where you suddenly just have someone come up to you, Jaeger bombs, sure, and then a tray of 10 Jaeger bombs appear. There's only 3 of you.
You should try rakı. You know that one? A Turkish
No. How do you spell that?
Rakı. R-A-K-I. Yep.
Okay, that is not. Ah, there it is.
You mix it with water, and it
Ooh,
turns.
aniseed flavour. Ooh.
Yes.
80 to 90 proof. Bloody Nora.
Yeah, it is really close to what is that?
Vodka?
No.
Absinthe?
Yeah, absinthe, green one. Yes.
Oh, I had a nice absinthe cocktail not so long ago.
Yeah, you mix rakı with water, and it turns chalky white instantly.
Blimey.
Yeah, Pernod does that too. Not that I'm comparing them.
You should try that if you can find it in England. You can probably find it in England because there are a lot of Turks.
What was the name of it again?
We have a Turkish place near us. I can probably get it there.
What was it called?
Rakı.
Rakı.
Rakı, yeah.
Not. The name alone is not familiar, but I can definitely look.
You know Uzo?
Yeah. Oh, it's like,
Damn
okay.
it, they steal everything from us.
Wait, Uzo,
Those
wait,
Greeks.
no. Hold on.
All officers report to conference hall A.
Okay. So.
What do you bring me up here for?
All officers.
Oh, except for the second in command, sir.
And the goom down on the Relentless, though. Shall I drag him up here, sir?
No, it's okay. Fish, what rundown have you got for us?
Well, sir. Unfortunately, the ISN ships decided to head in our direction and forced your retreat to protect the LSS research station. By the way, the doctor's quite happy that we've got a research station. He says it's going to speed things up quite considerably, assuming we can keep a hold of it. But yes, it would appear that the ISN are aware that at least the Excision and Bolivian are not actually ISN ships. They appear to have got away clean, and we can expect them to be behave appropriately towards us in the future.
I thought we killed them all.
Nope. There were plenty of survivors.
Oops.
You killed all the ones that were heading towards our little base, but in the sector that you had to retreat from, there was lots of things escaping.
Next time will be Terror.
Yeah, could be.
If that's the case, should Excision and Oblivion be part of a regular battle group so that they don't involve any of our other ships in that suspicion?
That is something that the group is going to have to decide.
Oh God, we're married.
Just name all the ships ISN Excision.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's all I've really got, unless there's any specific questions people want to raise.
Hello. Sorry, were you waiting on me?
Yes, we were all waiting.
Oh, okay. Should I proceed?
I believe, let's see, there's Astor or Goon doing a closing simulation?
I was going to do the final simulation if we're still doing one.
I think
Well,
that was
why
the
do we
plan.
have a? Are we doing a live action instead?
It does appear that Agum is scheduled for that closing sim.
Right, well, in that case, do you have a briefing, Agum, or do you want everybody to go to ships and we'll go from there?
I do. The briefing is pretty simple, so I can give it to you now. Let me pull up my document. Hold on.
The briefing reads, "Kill them! Kill them all!"
See, I thought it was going to read "Get wrecked."
That was kill everything, including Muga.
Which one?
Apparently the document
Okay,
is made
so
of clay tablets.
Attention, fleet of the ISN. This is a simulation. You've all fought gloriously in battle. However, you are all doomed to die. Please go out in a glorious, honorable death.
Uh-oh.
Oh God, it's still
Klingons?
To your ships, fools!
Oh God.
This is going to be fun.
Agum thinks he is a Klingon.
Something like that.
Is he on the starboard bow, though? Is the center seat available for this sim?
It is.
Excrement.
He's confusing Mirror Universe with Klingon Universe.
I'm going to steal this center chair.
It's worse than that. He's dead, Jim. He's dead, Jim. He's dead, Jim. It's worse than that. He's dead, Jim.
Alrighty. Are we going to get an extra one? We are probably
not.
No. Okay.
Possibly Donovan, but
He'll
but
probably
he
just
might
go
go
to Excision.
Yeah.
Yo, you jinxed twice. Why don't you get married? You're completing each other's sentences.
I could marry Draco. Are you married, Draco?
Yes, I am. I think my wife would be very unhappy with that.
Yes. I'm not saying I'm better than your wife at all, but you know.
So, who's your XO today?
I very nearly said your wife then. But
She would not take the position.
no. Okay. Mr. Quinn, can you take XO, please?
All right. I like this ship. I like you guys.
You're a good soul, good fit.
I will be on Psycoms, so divvy up the others.
Okay. Draco, can you drive the ship?
I can try.
Okay. I'll be on
back in
engineering.
just a moment.
Oh.
Muga, are you forgetting to move to CIC?
Sorry, hold on. Oh, what was that, Yui?
I was asking if you were forgetting to move to CIC.
Yes, I was. Thank you.
Is he a respondent?
How what?
Oh, he is on the respondent. Cool. Who is in fleet command? I assume Vaj.
By the way, Yui, you've been assigned engineering.
Yes, Yui.
Server group assigned. Server group revoked.
I'm standing by.
I'm ready to heat things up.
Can you also take a fighter, Yui?
Always do.
Excellent.
Weapons ready. We are good to go.
Cool. I need to find a call in. Ah.
Fleet, this is CIC. Reported when ready.
It's not your job, Muga. It's relentless.
It would be really silly to report in with pining for relentless.
That would be.
Invictus.
Invictus, assuming you are fleet command.
I was giving that to you, so that's why I called you first.
I will take that fleet command then.
I was gonna be. I'm surprised.
Oh, I'm
So,
taking it.
I am Fleet Commander's EXO. Wow.
Fleet, this is CIC. Please report into Relentless. Relentless will report in.
Excision, Relentless.
Go ahead, Excision.
Relentless Oblivion.
Relentless Excision is ready to drive home our point.
Your point is well made, Excision.
Oblivion called
Be
in.
advised, Roshan Das will be commanding. He's just setting up his whispers.
Understood.
Okay, I will gladly control the ship while you're dealing with Fleet Command.
Okie doke. Right. Let me this.
Oblivion called in.
I did not hear that.
Yeah, we haven't answered.
Right.
Relentless Oblivion.
Go ahead, Oblivion. Draco, please could you call them because my number one whisper key isn't working.
Go ahead, Oblivion.
Relentless Oblivion would like to bring the boom.
Glad to hear you're willing to join us.
Right, that is working again now.
So, you're number 2, right?
Yes.
Right. Who haven't we heard from? Invictus. Invictus, this is Relentless. Did you call in?
I believe they did. That was Eagle.
Excellent.
I've not heard from Excision, I don't think.
We already called into you.
Thank you, Invictus. Thank you. Yeah, everyone has called in. Command and Control, this is 4th Hunter Group. All ships have reported in. We are ready to go.
Muga, click at the button.
It actually be Donovan clicking the button.
Helm is online.
Weapons online. It's a confusing transition between helm and weapons.
Yes, it is.
And from
I'm clicking
engineering
around.
to helm.
And I'm thinking I'm turning the ship.
Standing by.
think this is the first time Muga's done this on his own. Right, we are in Maria 13.
What is our task?
Destroy things Muga throws at us, I believe.
Like
Come
that.
on, Command and Control, this is 4th Hunter Group.
Command and Control, go ahead.
Command and Control, we are awaiting orders. Where do you want us?
I'm really attached to having 4 tubes. 4 tubes is awesome.
Your only mission is to die a glorious death. Protect the Emperor at all costs.
Okay.
Invictus, Oblivion, form a battle group. Oblivion will have command. You have the 5 line. Excision, form a battle group with Relentless. Form upon us. Start heading down into Echo 1.
Echo 1I. Warp 2.
I'm reading enemies, sir.
Understood.
Child 5, Alpha
Muga's
5.
throwing it all at us.
So he is. Still want to go to Echo 1?
No. Delta 1.
Delta 1I.
Alpha 2 should be priority for other ships, maybe.
Yeah. Excision, break off and deal with the enemies in Alpha 2. Alright, what we got?
Still reading. Mostly, it seems like Kralians.
I'm going to do a quick pass.
Delta, Charlie maneuver. Drones.
I want an Omega 3 and then home and clean up.
Ah, okay. Unloading torps. Can I have power to torps?
It's there.
Thank you.
Hmm.
Loading EMP ready. Nukes loading. Can you bunch them up?
Give it a shot.
This is not going to go well. We have too many ships heading. I think I'm going to pull everyone back and just defend whoever gets inside.
Did you get a shot off?
Ready? Firing.
Oh. That was not what I was expecting.
Okay.
EMP away. Nuke away.
Tubes up for reload.
Hard about.
Can you identify drones? Drone carriers. Yeah, seen one.
Order is Delta 3. You're cleared to launch 1 heavy if you need to. That includes a mine.
We could do a mine run with this group.
Readying mine.
Echo 2 authorized.
CIC to fleet. This is your final hoorah, and you should have fun with that.
That's confirmed, CIC.
Tell me when you're ready.
Repeat.
Ready.
Just acknowledging your call.
Here we go. Drop.
Dropped.
Drop.
Just one. I had one.
Ah.
Waiting on torps.
Prioritizing torpedoes.
Fleet, this is CIC. We just received a message from
Aaron.
the Corellians. Their message is, you have no chance to survive, make your time. Ha 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 ha.
I'm just scanning the Scarran now. Right, that Scarran is high energy turn warp, anti-torp, shield drain and televac. Pull them through the mines. Get into the ring, pull them through the mines. Actually,
Copy.
That's a ton of Scarans.
belay that. I
We
want
are
to...
out of torps.
Out of torps? Oh, that's got
Yeah,
no plan.
3 in
Right.
the tubes.
Head
out
back
of
to
torps.
Jatel, dock up and get some torps.
Copy.
Excision, Relentless.
Say again, Relentless.
Excision, we are heading for a quick dock up. Please keep that fleet at bay. If you need to, run those scours through the mines.
About.
Understood, Relentless.
More enemies in Delta 3.
Normalize.
Can we count the enemies in Delta 3 and we can ride them to the mines?
Yes, we are definitely going to do that. They are
Kill a
all
group.
heading towards Excision. Muga is spawning them right on top of that fleet. That is a lot of Scarans.
Yeah.
I'm just going to run them through the mines, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Docking.
I have 3 torps and 1 EMP in 2.
I am blind taunting those Scarans to try and get them to come through the mines.
Hard about. If we can
2
get those
drones.
drones.
Agreed.
Nope. Maybe this one. No.
Too bad.
Alright, so let's go give Invictus a hand.
We're
Head
still
towards...
short torpedoes.
Yeah.
Alright, quick dock then.
Yes.
Alright, heading to Maria Command.
25. The S-25 is in range. North of us, 0-0 position.
What's up with your tail?
25. Ah, we're close to the S-257.
Our target is going to be the fleet just south of weapons platform 87 Bravo, which is where Invictus is.
Make it a quick dock, it will be overwhelmed.
Docking.
There are too many drones closing into the weapons platform. Waiting
Our
on
weapons
torps.
platform's just going to have to take them, I think.
Manufacture.
You can convert. Yeah, manufacture.
Okay.
Yui, what's the best way to deal with those
Go.
Garans?
Leave him to a ship with more crew and has less to worry about.
Invictus, Relentless.
Invictus should ride them to the south.
Relentless.
Invictus, we're going to give you a hand. What are you currently firing at this lot?
We're just currently getting target on them, going from there.
Understood. Order is Lambda Heavy.
Cubes up.
Relentless will lead with EMP.
Loaded 2 nukes.
Hard about.
You have the hard about.
Yep.
Fire
Waiting for
nuke.
the launch.
Race 3. Oh,
Fire the nuke as well.
yeah, I fired.
Oh, well done. Right, mine runs.
Okay.
Yui, pick us out a good... Oh, you're an engineer, aren't you?
I'm not UA.
No, that's fine. Tell you what, pump and dump on that Lima Kilo
Ready.
group.
I have 2 mines ready. You said mines.
Alright, I know I did. Run through Lima Kilo group with one of those mines.
Ready?
I have 2 mines.
Alright, here we go.
Just one for now.
And fire.
No. Just in the middle.
You have hard about.
Damn.
Thank you.
Yep.
Invictus is really getting a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, let's not try and take those off. They're doing well bunching that lot up.
Loading torps.
Right. Yep, load torps. Pump and dump on this lot. Once we're out of torps, head to Jatel and dock up.
Copy.
And pick up that Vigoranium modulars. Oh no, we've still got damage control teams, so that's fine. Don't worry.
Hard about.
Just park near weapons platforms, arcs. We can use it as drone cover.
Do they actually shoot? That's the
Well, once I get to turn around. Drone.
They're not shooting drones. Interesting.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of lag here. We have a lot of drones coming in from 050. I don't want to take those.
Turning. But they are coming towards us.
Booster beams.
Oof.
We're well out of beam range.
Right.
How are we doing?
Good.
On torps, I mean.
2 torps left.
Right, dock up. I want to dock at Jatal and then pump and dump on Delta Group.
Copy.
I'm giving general orders, XO. It's up to you to.
I cap.
If you overshoot, use impulse.
Not this time.
I don't.
Turning.
Tubes up.
Excision Relentless, what's your status?
Ranged target is 3K. Start
Help.
firing.
I thought that would be the case. That is a lot of scourge you've got there. How many P-shocks we got?
Kilo group relentless. That'd be
Full
very helpful.
16.
Right, we're going to take a risk. As soon as we pump and dumped on Delta
I'm
Group,
deep. Undocking.
we're going to go up there and we're going to clear as many of those scourge as possible. 3 shocks to a facing. Try not to do split facing. We're going to use up all our shocks.
Ready.
Go there
I
now.
did not catch that, but I'm trusting.
Peak torps,
We are
please.
pump and dumping the shocks on the Scarons, all of them.
He wants
Got
to
it.
try to Death Blossom.
Yeah.
CIC to fleet, come in.
Standby CIC.
We don't
Excision,
have
we are coming in with a buttload of P-shocks once we've dealt with Kilo Group. Pump and dump the homings on this group.
Fleet, we're getting
Standby
some.
CIC. I don't want to annoy him, but I just need to concentrate for a minute.
Oh, we've got a black hole inside.
I see your point,
Brace
CIC.
you.
Alright, hard about.
No homings have been fired on this group.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
wanted home.
I'm waiting on
Hard about.
P-shocks.
Oh, I see.
You said
Booster
P-shocks on
tubes. Yeah, I
Scarons.
know.
Incoming Scarons.
Just use the hole.
That's a good point.
Flush them.
Damn it.
All ships, feel free to use that black hole as you see fit. Just be aware in case any counters. Oh, there
I
they
think
are.
we
Raise
are
the shields.
tractored.
Get us out.
They are.
They're raised.
Don't fly through more Scarons.
I don't have much control over maneuver at
All
the
right.
moment.
Right, burn the beams. Let's get.
Hard
Sorry,
about.
the tubes. The
Right
tubes.
about.
We have
Pump and dump
significant
P-shocks.
system damage.
Do what you can to get P-shocks out there.
Tubes are up. We have no
Okay,
shields.
I'm doing my best.
You're doing all right.
We are
Keep it up.
retractored.
We are tractored.
Relentless is tracted.
There
Oh,
we go.
No, we're not.
But we are low in energy.
How low?
15%.
With 8 torps.
We got a mine floating on 090.
Use
Try
it.
and bring him.
Mine's ready.
No, I think they were talking about the free ordnance
Oh.
that's sitting there.
All ships.
I
Our
loaded
priority is to keep Maria Command alive. All ships fall back to that position.
All ships, huh?
All ships.
Alright, well, I'm gonna need maneuver then.
If
It's
you
gonna be hard.
keep us on this slot to pump and dump the P-shocks, you can. We don't have to get back there straight away.
Alright. I'm keeping you as close as I can.
Back to tubes. 16% energy.
Okay, I'm trying.
How many homings we got?
Or last one.
4 in the tubes, 1
Don't
battery.
fire the homings. I'll keep that one battery. How many shocks we got left?
9.
Alright, now you use shocks to kill any Scarons.
Oh,
And now start heading back to Maria
a
Command.
lot of lag.
I might do something Muga doesn't expect and retreat to another.
Excellent.
Retreat to another sector.
Congratulations, Excision, on your glorious death.
Oh, I didn't see that. Where was
lot
Excision?
of lag. It's a lot of lag.
They died
All
defending
ships
the main
retreat.
station.
All ships retreat to Bravo 1. We're going to exit this sector on the 1 line. We've lost the sector.
There is no glory in retreat.
There's always glory to fight another day.
Energy is
All ships to the
8%.
1 line.
So we
Dock
stop
at
on
No
Jatal
batteries.
quickly.
No
Yeah,
batteries.
Jatal.
Docking.
I need to learn how to use hotkeys on weapons.
It will drastically increase your lethality.
Yes, I'm really slow on hotkeys on weapons.
I knew Muga was going to do that. Now watch what I do. All ships. Bravo 1. Transition.
Can we use all
Manufacture.
nukes? All nukes?
Manufacture torpedoes, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Wait.
Good job on the cluster mine. We have a cluster mine, right?
I don't know. Your comms.
That's a fucking good point.
Waiting for energy. We're at 31.
We have a decoy.
I wish I knew about that.
Yeah, so I apologise.
80%. Topped off.
Full.
Warp 3.
Boosted.
We're getting some energy before we head out last dock.
I'm not actually going to be retreating. We're going to turn around and then fight our way through 1 by 1. I don't know how well that's going to work, but... Though there is sectors in the next station. There is stations in the next sector, sorry.
He's spawning enemies. Should I use nukes?
Yep, I want to kill that. Omega 3.
Aye.
Make sure you're not on the sector border, because torpedoes have a tendency to evaporate there.
Excision, order Lambda Heavy on uniform
Incoming to
group.
inline.
Relentless will lead with EMP.
And nuke.
And nuke.
Their way.
There's a command ship in there.
All ships, once Oblivion's here, we're going to transition into the next sector. As soon as we're in, dock up at a station and replenish any supplies you need to. Alright, take us to the 1 line.
Hard about.
I'm that player that does things the GM don't expect.
I love that.
Come on, Excision.
Come on, Excision.
Take us to the line.
Copy.
Dock up at Al Canilian.
Hard about.
CIC to fleet. Well done on a wish. Congratulations on a mission. Well done. We will be closing the simulation shortly.
Got 8 minutes yet. All ships, fire at will.
Damn it. They haven't waited.
Fire at will usually means fire at the enemies.
Relentless Oblivion,
Who was that?
you did not specify.
that Oblivion?
Yeah.
Oblivion, we have noted this in our log.
You haven't finished your sentence. They fired a nuke.
You guys are horribly hard to kill.
Yeah, I knew you were trying to kill us, so I thought I'd be that annoying player that doesn't do what the GM wants.
That's okay. I was only upset because I really wanted to hear like war cries of the ships going in their glorious final battle. But people didn't want to play. People don't want to play.
Well, actually,
give me one sec. All ships, well done. Stand down, debrief, and meet in conference hall A.
There's a meet in conference room.
So that's actually a tactically smart thing to do.
We lost the sector. I didn't have any evidence to suggest that the other sector had been taken, so we went through there. Yui, can you clip Oblivion nuking us, please? Mining us, please.
Mine, that was a mine, yeah.
I can get a clip of that eventually here.
Thank you.
It won't do you much good, because I was engineering, but...
I can get it from sketches.
Yeah.
I really like the part where I was trying to get your attention, and you're like, "Shut up!" And then you're like, "Yeah, I got it."
Yeah.
Message received.
I was nearly about to call you and say, "What do you want to know?" It's just at that time you dumped like 20 scarons on Excision, and we were going to go and pump and dump P-Shocks. Is that Death Blossom?
In essence. My Death Blossom key is fore and aft shield to 300, beams and torpedoes to 250.
Overheat in how many seconds?
The beams and the torpedoes would overheat in 45 seconds, the shields in 12, but, we've got 4 or 5 nodes of that, so...
I really need to stop losing the link of the surprise gift when someone handed engineering back and they were just all on fire.
That was me.
It was glorious.
That was. I gotta admit, that was pretty darn funny.
Someone was taking over for engineering, and engineering's like, "I'm back," and the guy who was temper in engineering brought every system to boiling. So
that was scary to me.
Oh, I forgot I was holding speech to talk. I was talking to my friend who's in the room with me.
Oh, gotcha.
All right. Conference hall A, please.
Alrighty.
All right.
Hey, Muga, be sure to show him the clip of Starry's gift.
What's that?
Oblivion nuke mine does.
Intentionally this time.
Yeah.
And what was their reasoning?
I said fire at will.
It was a creative interpretation of our orders.
Yes.
It's a usurping opportunity.
Well, alternate universe and all that.
They fired at the flag.
Indeed. Does that mean they get the flag? Do they have to rip the flag from our wreckage?
Well, it depends. Did the flag get destroyed?
We definitely did get destroyed.
That was 2 mines, so yeah.
In that case, I suppose the Oblivion then took the flag.
I can hear Phoenix snickering in the scrapyard.
So that's why it's called the Phoenix mod?
No comment.
Capture the flag.
Like a phoenix.
Anywho, Mr. Goom, do you have any comments about that last simulation and its ending? More so than you've already given.
I think we had a lot of fun. Thank you for enjoying my simulation. Any criticism should be handwritten and handed to the Volgons. Yes, thank you.
Please file them in triplicate.
And then buried in soft peat for 3 months.
I'd already submitted mine about 2 months ago, so that should be coming in for pending soon.
They'll be sent in and then sent back.
At least 3 times. Right. I do have a criticism for the acting division commander.
Uh-oh.
This simulation was to die gloriously for the Emperor, and only one of our ships died gloriously, and choosing to run away was a very disappointing end.
We choose to live gloriously.
It was a sound tactical decision.
We
But there
made
was no
sure that
glory in
Relentless
it.
followed orders.
Yes.
But we also failed the mission then.
Nice.
Or
As
most
far
of
as
you
I'm
did.
concerned, Invictus is the only ship that actually succeeded in its mission.
All hail the Invictus and their
Excision
glorious
also went down.
Did Invictus go down as well?
A singularity.
I meant Excision. Did I say Invictus? Sorry,
You
you
did.
sound similar to me.
Force
well,
of
good
habit,
job,
I'm sure.
Invictus. You can steal the flag from Oblivion.
All right. Anyway, it's about time for us to wrap up here. And so, with that in mind, unless Overcommandant Fish has anything to add before the end of shift,
No, nothing at this time.
or any other senior officer, anything we need to mention? All right. In that case, I will hand off to our personnel officer to dismiss us. Or is that my job?
I believe Deadman reported that his
No,
push to talk
yeah,
button.
his
Oh,
push to
it's
talk.
working.
I can do it if you like. I can step in as.
Like I said, I got it working.
All right, go for it.
All officers of the 4th Light Division, you are dismissed.
Good flying,
Good flying, everybody.
Good
Good
flying.
flying.
Good flying, y'all.
Good flying.
But we are the Second Space Flotilla 4th Hunter Group. We have not been
I
dismissed.
chose to do what I like.
User disconnected
All right, good night, y'all.
User disconnected from
Cheers.
your channel. User disconnected from your channel.
User disconnected from your channel. That will conclude the TSN RP Community Game of October 16th, 2021. This is, as always, UE Admiral signing out. Mirab with sails unfurled. Thanks for watching.